in 3, 2, 1, go. So what do I want to get here in Conaria? We can't really get much for the black belt, unfortunately. He's a little bit of a soft spot. So we're going to get rapiers for Ace, Cal, and Dan. That's pretty much a given. We'll get some salami. We'll get some salami sticks for the black belt. And then he'll at least have something to work with. He can use wood armor, I believe. So we do get a little bit of a armor bonus from him as well. And then not enough money left over to buy a cure spell, but you know what? I don't think we need it. I think we're okay. Let's go find out. We're gonna go visit some imps. I'm gonna do the normal start. I think that this party can take down Ghoul and Garland without too much trouble. The black belt's gonna take more damage on physical attacks. He's probably gonna do less damage than a rapier would, but we'll see if we can actually keep up with my normal pace on things. This is my first time doing this challenge. We did all chests on GBA. This is the first time we've done Ultra Chest on NES as part of the challenge series. Bill right away getting paralyzed, so Bill's in pretty bad shape. Not a good start for him. I guess Ghoul allergic to salami. Did not want to see those things. I will not get Trichus right here because we have to come back to Temple of Fiends anyway with the Mystic Key. So we'll get the Temple of Fiends and Marsh Cave items cleared out after Mystic Key quest is complete. So I'm not worried about getting the miscellaneous stuff that's accessible right now. There's 3 Trichus to the west that you can get right away, and there's 2 more to the east that are Mystic Key locked. Or at least 2 used ones, there's 3 in total. There's also, in addition to the 2 swords, a soft potion over there. Good Garland. I would say that's a respectable tie for Garland. Alright, we acquired the princess out of the first treasure chest. Bridge in treasure chest number 2. Treasure chest number 3, the loot. I think the cap could come in handy. We'll get a cap when we get to town. So we have cap and gloves available at Provoca and Elfland. I will probably spend a little cash buying them. Alright, cure spell for you, cure spell for you. We can afford to get 2 tents. We're gonna be too intense for this night's run. It's 1 and 2. I'll skip the creep battle in addition to the normal battle that I skip. So we are all set. We are prepared for some pirates. We're also prepared to take on some ogres. There's gonna be 2 ogre fights on the way to the pirate battle. And think about it. I think I'm going to put Bill in the back. I'm a little bit worried about his fragility right now. So I think it's actually better to have Dan in slot 2. We'll try this for a little while. 1, 2, 3. Most of this routing is going to be made up on the fly, but at least in the early stage of the game, I could pretty much follow along with the marathon or the record runs. There's some pretty easy routes overall that I've got planned out. That'll help me get a good start here. Of course, I put Bill in the back so that he'd have the lowest chance of being targeted. And no, Wolf goes right for him. I'll get everybody back up to full, though. We'll head on down, pick up our ogres. 2 ogre battles here to work with. Ogre battle number 1, double ogre. So at least it wasn't an ambush. This is good experience here. We're looking to get level 3, probably. Well, we'll definitely get level 3 before the pirates. With 2 ogres here at the start, we're guaranteed to have enough experience for it. Alright, Bill, swing those salamis. You missed. Ogres are not hungry. Ogre down. I'm going to have Cal pop a cure onto Ace here. I'm not really worried about Ace's HP quite yet, but if he got hit another time, he'd be in pretty sad shape. Do I heal Ace again? He doesn't get full benefit out of the cure spell, but if he goes into the next battle like this, I probably would want to. Might also want to heal Dan here. This is a tough one. Dan in slot 2, less worried about overall. Ooh. Ogres are making me think. They're spreading this damage out, which is kind of awkward for being able to plan. Only 4 cure spells to work with. It's tough to deploy them preemptively, usefully in a lot of circumstances. We're gonna go in without any cure spells. Hopefully we don't get ambushed. Alright, at least it wasn't an ambush. Go ahead and drop that cure spell there. Might have wanted to do Dan preemptively so that he would be balanced out with Cal with 1 cure left apiece. Ooh, oh, nice hit there, Bill. That really helps out. We're going to drop a heal on Cal there. This is also where you want to have Cal being able to do the heal. That way it's not wasted in case Cal happens to bite it. Luckily, Cal took a very small hit for that next one. That would normally be enough to kill him. The Ogres has enough attack power that you don't want to mess with those things. Still going after Cal. Apparently, there's a bonus. Every ogre kill on Cal gets double points tonight. Ogre's looking to cash in. Alright, that's fine. Going into the pirate fight with Ace at 46 is totally cool. As long as he's got more than like 35 or so, I don't really worry too much. 65. So at level 3, it still would not benefit us to take the armor off. And we're going to get 2 more pieces here. So he'll be level 7 really before it passes. Trying to decide when it makes sense to go and start having Bill with less gear on. So Black Belt gets a lot of bonuses when they do not have weapons or armor. Armor, if they have no items equipped, is equal to their level. So right now his level is not quite enough to beat out the wood armor. And we'll get enough supplemental things that it's going to pretty much continue to be true. It's like you'll quickly get the silver bracelet, which is 15, and that gives a very long time before he's able to beat that. Put in some good work. So we've had some good pirates so far. We've missed one, which is not bad. Overall, you know, you have to imagine that eventually somebody's going to be able to blow it. There we go. Got Dan to even get the credit for the winning kill. Good work all around, everybody. We got 1 ship out of that deal. Go ahead and get some other gear here as well. So let's go pick up wooden shields for our fighter. And I guess we'll get a pair of gloves for Bill. I don't think the rest of the party really needs gloves. Bill, though, his hands are cold. I went down to 860 here. Yeah, I could get both ice spells still. That works out fine. So we're gonna get ice spells here for both Cal and Dan, hit the inn, and then start working on some ogres for a little while. We're gonna get the same level we normally do for Marsh Cave, level 6. We don't need to go and get extra levels for it because we're not picking up the treasure chests in Marsh Cave until after we have Mystic Key. So we've got just the normal route up through Astos. And then after Astos, we need to go clean up the areas that are then unlocked by having that extra item. Hey, Angry Bear, welcome in. This will be the long sailing voyage right here. We're skipping encounters to get to where ogres are in the encounter cycle. Lots of ogres needed to get strong and healthy red mages. Ogres are by far the best experienced monster you can have in like the level 3 to 6 range. Once you get past level 6, you might think about Peninsula of Power as a possibility. It's tough to win those early battles there, but they're extremely lucrative. So as soon as you have Fire 2s, and you probably do need at least 2 Fire 2s to get anything accomplished, you're going to have an opportunity to get maybe, 1,000 experience points per battle instead of the 49 that you have for an ogre. So it's a high risk, very, very high reward type of situation. And with enough rerolling, you can generally squeeze out as much of that experience as you can from your limited supply of Fire 2s. Hey, Twitch Master, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. Bill's minorly concerning me right now. 25 is very borderline for an ogre. We're just relying on that 1 in 8 chance of him being targeted to hopefully keep us safe. That works out. First ogre down. We got Iguana coming up, then we have a long sequence, 3 ogres in a row for battles. So let's do, I guess, Cal here. Use those first 2 off. Philodrome getting attached. It's a little bit early in the run for attachment, but I think we'll have a successful playthrough here tonight. With enough persistence, you can push through and get the game beaten after picking up all the treasure chests. Although it'll be an interesting Temple of Fiends. I have to pick up a bunch of treasure chests on Carrie's floor that I don't normally get. That's going to be a lot of walking there, and it's going to really mess up my plans for Kraken and Tiamat's floor. Tiamat's floor with the sorcerers are very, very disgustingly bad. But even the Whizvamps there, the water metals on Kraken's floor, there's a lot of stuff that could give you some problems. Let's start using some of these ice spells. I've got 4 of them. High roll. 74 is good. That is a nice ice roll. Max is going to be 80 there, so Cal coming very close to that. We're going to put the red mages on the top ogre. He's pretty close to tottering over. We got him. And we'll have Ace and Bill start working on bottom ogre here. Hey, SBQ, welcome in. Alright, so we've taken some damage on Ace and Dan. I don't really feel like tenting unless we get the level here. This might be level 4. In which case, definitely tent is the best way to get HP back. We'll have everybody pretty much benefiting from almost the max 30. Yes, alright, well, we got level 4. So we will go ahead and do the tent. I guess I'll drop 1 heal on Ace and then tent. And that'll be the most efficient use. Yeah, we got a slightly different party because I need to have some open slots in my, especially armor menu, to pick up items. And that means the black belt's a lot more useful for that. With the black belt, you have less gear that he can naturally wear. And so it's easier for me to have that open slot for grabbing things. Just a limitation of Ultra just meaning that I can't actually fill up my inventory in this version. The remakes have a shared party inventory where you can hold gigantic quantities of items so you don't have this problem. Worked out pretty well last time. We're going to have Calendan top ogre again. I'm feeling like they've got some confidence here. It's Ace and Bill that are really struggling to do damage. Alright, we're at least over 60, so we should be able to kill Ogre here. Round 50 is kind of your limit for what's reasonable to do in one round. Unless you get lucky with a critical, or just everybody does extremely good on their attack rolls. Okay, so we've got 2 Ogre fights and 1 Iguana left to go. I'm going to save the Ice Spell for Iguana and then Final Ogre. Hey Debo, welcome in. This challenge is all treasure chests. So we need to pick up every single one of them. We have not been doing that so far because the first 2 dungeons you go to are locked by the Mystic Key for some of their areas. And so we're not going to bother clearing them out until we have the Mystic Key and can do the whole thing. Man, this black belt's actually been going pretty smooth. I was suspecting that it would not be too bad, but this has been especially good for how easily these ogres have gone down. Died in Ice Cave right at the exit. Oh, that is brutal. Ice Cave is such a terrible place. Will you see me get the cloth, the Ice Cave, and the 20 gold? Yep, that is a requirement here. Those are 2 treasure chests in the Ice Cave. 2 real, actual treasure chests that we're going to have to open up. And then just be very annoyed, because the monsters that guard them are ridiculously tough. Will we class change? Yeah, I think class change makes sense for this party. The Knight gets a lot of benefits in terms of gear. The Red Wizards get me the Warp Spell, and that's going to be extremely helpful for parts of the dungeon. Like, if I get stuck on a floor, or I'm about to get into a really terrible encounter, I can potentially warp off to at least avoid the most dangerous thing coming up. There goes our ogres. I might have to do Ice Cave in 2 parts. It's just like, I don't really have a good strategy otherwise. And I can do some tricks to make it so that I can actually do it as long as I've got warp in there. Is there a benefit to not upgrading your class? So the black belt is going to get worse after class change. So we want to ideally do class change at level 14, which is the very last class change point, which gives me benefits for the knights. I could maybe do it a little bit later. If I'm going to like level 21. Well, no, if I'm going to level 21, I would have to get the last spell charge at 21, so that would require me doing it at 15. I'll see what I can do. Like, I want to keep the black belt on class change for a while so that he gets benefits from having the extra magic defense, but I don't want to lose out on my knight spell slot because those are actually pretty good. I don't know why I'm doing most of the shopping here. We're not quite done yet with our loop around. So we got all the pure potions we're going to need. We'll at the end. We'll get the heal potions after we do loop 2 here. Doing a hard reset right there to set the encounters back to the default state. Beginning of the encounter cycle, there's 3 battles you need to get rid of, and then there's a long stretch with a large number of ogres, a couple of iguanas, and then only 1 skip required. After that stretch, which is where I went into Proco just before here, that's where it starts getting to be about 50-50 for when ogres can possibly show up in the Provoca area. There is a bit of space in Elfland, though, and that's what the record run developed, was a transition that was better than the previous one between Provoca and Elfland. And I will do that here once we finish up loop 2. That short sword's so nice. Bonus base damage and accuracy there for Ace. It's making him a lot better. Sadly, with only 1 short sword, we're not going to be nearly as effective at a lot of the Marsh Cave style enemies. Like wizards, we're going to really have to hope that the Lit 2s do a good job. Black Belt's not going to be able to penetrate their tough hide. Same thing with Astos. The infrequent criticals on Astos that the fighters will sometimes get, even less common with Black Belts to be helpful. Dan, you failed me. You failed me for the last time. Alright, you probably haven't failed me for the last time. There's plenty more failures left for Dan in this run. Hey, Shelf of Death, welcome in. Glad you enjoyed the Limit Break run. Tonight should be fun. It's a challenge run here, which is to get all treasure chests in the game. And for NES, that's a particularly tough task. There is a lot of treasure chests that have some very annoying guards, as well as being pretty far out of the way. So it's going to get me some especially bad encounters in the second half of the game. I'm going to need to do a lot of planning to figure out how to deal with those most effectively. Dan's only just begun to fail, that's right. Dan has so much more failure left in him. We can't even measure how much is left. Failure, one of the few things that cannot be measured in terms of Agamas. Do I heal Bill before the Groger fight? I think I do. I think it's worth doing a heal. Dan should have been the black belt, but the black belt's actually going to be big. I think I want to have the black belt for Chaos. Black belt plus Mazmune won't quite be as good as the Excalibur setup, but it should be fairly close in terms of damage output, assuming I get to like the low 20s, like 20, at least 21, maybe 22. Ace, what are you doing? Fooling around, taking so much damage to the face there. How do I best fix this? I guess double cure Ace here. We will make sure that bottom left ogre gets taken out. Does party composition change depending on the version that you play? Yes. So the different versions have different optimal parties. Fairly large swings, in fact, between some of them. For example, GBA needs a white mage because Chaos has been heavily buffed. He's got 20,000 hit points on GBA, and his spells do roughly twice the damage. So unless you've got a white mage doing heal 3, which is Hilaga, you're going to have a really tough time keeping up with that battle. It's just kind of a limitation for what resources that you have to work with. This is probably overkill on Ogre. I didn't need to do the ice spell here. There we go, we got him. PlayStation, NES, They're very similar to some extent, but the PlayStation version's got all the bugs fixed. And that means you don't really need a second attacker. One of the major bugs in NES Final Fantasy was that a lot of the buff spells didn't work. Fast works, but Temper, Saber, most of the other ways that you would increase your attack power do not. And if they work, like they do in PlayStation, then it's better to put all of your buffs and all of your focus on one person rather than spread things around. I've gone back and forth between 2 fighters, 2 red mages, fighter, 3 red mages, fighter, 2 red mages, something else. Like, there's a lot of possibilities for that. And I'm thinking that PlayStation, potentially, you really just need that one fighter, and then it's really kind of figuring out the best way to get the buffs onto that fighter while keeping the rest of the party alive. Man, we got absolutely wrecked in this Groger fight. We've used up all of our healing. Time for some tents after this. We've got a series of ogre battles, and we'll use tents to keep people alive during that. I'll also put Dan into slot 3 for a little while. Yeah, there's your last cure spell. So we were out of cure spells already, and we have so many ogre battles left to go. We're also out of ice spells, I think. Yeah, we're totally wiped. No spells at all for us. I can't totally blame this on Bill being a black belt, although we're missing out on the short sword, so he's doing less damage, and we're also missing out on chainmail armor, so Cal's taking more here. And I think that's really contributing to why Cal and Dan are having such a big problem. That that mage slot is not really used to doing punishment. There we go, we got the top ogre down. Ace at 30, Dan at 11. This is tough. Very, very tight here. Good, that was a perfect person to hit. Well, I'm glad I got some extra tents. We're gonna need to buy probably a few back at Provoca when we get there for the final loop. Other than that, I think that the trip to Marsh Cave should be fairly standard. I might want a few extra heal potions just in case. Considering how much damage that we're taking, we're probably going to take extra damage in the wizard battle. There we go, level 5. Are there any actual ogres in ogre battle? I believe there is an ogre monster. Kind of like an ogre chieftain type. Level 5, though, does give us double attacks with Ace. Unfortunately, only one short sword is going to be double attacking, so we are still going to be having trouble killing ogres in one round. It'll be a lot closer, though, so I don't have to worry about 2 rounds not being enough. There we go. There's the big hit. Alright, let's go ahead and drop another 10 for safety. Kind of worried about this party with the amount of damage they've taken early on, but we should be able to finish it off from here. We've got 2 iguanas, 4 ogre fights to go, and I've got plenty of tents for that, so we just got to keep everybody as best as we can over 60. 60 health, I feel, is what is safe enough for going through a lot of these that I wouldn't imagine needing emergency heals during the fights. I would get at least 2 hits, if not 3, like very, very solid hits before the characters would die at 60. Hey, Dano. Tomorrow's challenge is going to be a surprise. I'm going to reveal the challenges for Final Fantasy NES challenge weekends as we come up on them. So I've got a couple in mind. I'll tell you what some of them are just so that you're aware of what the challenges are like. So we've got all chess tonight. In the future, we're going to have random party. We're going to have 4 black belts. We're probably going to do a randomizer night to satisfy all the people that want to see randomizer. We'll do a no class change run. We are not doing 4 Thieves. I'm going to say that right up front. There is no 4 Thief playthrough planned for Final Fantasy Challenge weekends. Go watch the 4 Thief VOD for PlayStation if you want to see that. Is 4 White Mages a good challenge? It's a decent challenge. It's a little bit on the long side. I don't know if I'll be able to get it in, but if I have a weekend where I've got like a really big block of time, we might do 4 White Mages. Milko B, thank you much for the subscription there. Hope you continue to enjoy the channel in the future, and hope you enjoy your Out of Bounds bat. He's soft and cuddly and only rarely goes out of bounds. Who am I kidding? He goes out of bounds all the time. You can't even keep him in a house. He's that wild and crazy. Death Touch Ogres. That would be an interesting one. The thing though with randomizer is that you get the opportunity to boost the amount of experience and gold that monsters give you, so you really need way less grinding overall. It changes a lot of the character of the game to not have to do a ton of grinding to be able to get ready for dungeons. Four Thieves on GBA. I think that 4 Thieves wouldn't do that badly, but for GBA, I love doing 4 White Mages. 4 White Mages on GBA is like one of my favorite of the single class variants. Go ahead and pick up Iguana here, and then one last ogre battle before leaving town. We'll finish up level 6 at Elfland. The plan is basically we get to like level 5 and a 3/4 mark or so at Provoca, do all of our shopping for Marsh Cave at a place where the item shop's a lot more convenient than the Elfland one. And then we go to Elfland to finish the level so that we get our 3rd tier spell slots on the Red Mages so they can get lit too, and use that to beat the wizards, and then that kind of lets the Marsh Cave section unfold fairly naturally. I'm thinking about getting a couple extra heal potions. Other than that, I can't really think of anything to do very differently from Marsh Cave. We'll get most of the treasure just after Mystic Key is obtained, so we don't really have to go and do a whole bunch of extra walking there. Alright, can Bill Calendan together do 36 damage in 6 attacks? So far in 4 attacks, they've done like nothing. Ow. Ow. Alright, Ace, stay alive. Stay alive, Ace. You're pretty critical here. Okay, 62, that's probably best to put Ace on bottom and Bill Calendan on top. Bottom ogre down. When will I go for world record runs again? After we finish up the Final Fantasy Marathon. So I'll be doing a marathon playthrough of every different version of Final Fantasy that I can reasonably capture. NES, Famicom, GBA, PlayStation, PlayStation Portable, all in a row. That'll be likely sometime in November. I've been working on all the different versions of Final Fantasy as a way to get prepared for that. And then once that's done, I'll have a lot more freedom to go back to the record run and go and grind on that a little bit more. Got everything here except for heal potions. We're going to finish that off. Hey, Hyrule, welcome in. Yep, we're going to be getting all the treasure chests tonight. Every single last one of them. Even the ones that stink. Which is a lot of them in Ice Cave and Sky Castle. That's a stretch that I'm not really looking forward to. I'm gonna have to come up with some interesting strategies for those. Why the black belt? So when you open a treasure chest in this game, it fails unless you've got a free slot. So I have to keep at least one weapon and one armor slot open for the entire night. And with my default party, that's pretty tough. Like, I would actually want to be able to carry everything and then more. And so with the black belt having one less required piece of armor to lug around, I have that opening that I need. Hey, K-Strike, welcome in. That's right, you've barely missed anything at all. We've gotten the pretty standard opening up to Elfland here. We're about to go into Marsh Cave. The only thing perhaps unusual is that we've got a black belt with us to have extra carrying capacity. Unfortunately, while the black belt does give me an extra slot to work with, the downside is that he's very, very useless for like the first, couple stretches of the game. Like maybe past Gurgu is when the black belt's going to start getting a little bit good. So I'm kind of having to carry along a subpar character for a little while. It's hurting my early game performance. Got a lot of monsters that he just can't take hits from. Without the chainmail, the black belt's taking 11 extra damage every time he's hit by things like ogres. Anything that can do even more than like 4 damage, which is most stuff in the game. Actually, let's go and do these guys without the ice spell. Is Fantasy Final Fantasy still going? Yep. So we will have Fantasy Final Fantasy tonight, even though this is a challenge run. I feel like we only need one ice spell here. I probably should have had both mages go Ace in round 1, and just use Ace for nothing but Groger. The rest of the party besides Ace is going to have a really tough time doing damage to Grogers here. Even Ace is having a tough time doing damage to Grogers. There we go, that's good. Should be coming up pretty close on level 6 here. I only have 4/10. How did that happen? Oh, I used a bunch. I used a bunch and forgot to get more. Well, no worries. We'll get Cabets instead. We'll stay in style when we're traveling around the Marsh Cave area. It's going to be really unfair doing an ogre battling competition with a black belt versus a short sword fighter. Let's see if Bill and Dan can do this. Had to think about it for a second with my party out of order as well. Dan putting up a 70. That's going to be really helpful for his team. Cal with 40. On the bottom, we have 82. So Ace needs a 42 or higher. I don't believe it. The upset of the century. We had the black belt beat the fighter in ogre battling. I didn't want an asp. Should have gone for the other zone. Will I be activating all the bug fixes and conveniences with the randomizer, or will I only be randomizing? Not decided yet. Randomizer is probably going to be the very end of the challenge sequence. I feel like I can put that off for a while and just do that as like the finale one. There we go. Rest of our ogres here. Yeah, we'll do it again. That was fun last time. Let's see if Ace could overcome that terrible defeat he had before. 7 damage, not putting up much. Okay, 33 there. So 33 to 7 right now. 88 to 7. I think this is one's in the bag. 81's 1 point higher than Dan can possibly do with ice. So with that, it looks like we are tied up, and that is our ogre battling competition finale. That's also where we get level 6, and that's the sign to stop the ogre battling grind. So we're going to go in and get the Lit 2 spell for Cal and Dan. Very nice work for a little bit of ogres. I think I'm going to go to the weapon shop as well. I think I want the upgraded chucks. Yes, we'll go ahead and get these. We need to get a couple of items from the item shop, unfortunately. Yeah, there's no real way around it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get the iron salamis for Bill there. Do I get him a cap as well? I mean, we're going past her. Might as well. We'll get Bill a cap. We'll splurge. Just this once. Nope. There we go. Cap. On to Bill. Feels so unusual. Do 6 there. I'm going to take the ogre creep fight outside of Matoya's cave. So I need 6 instead of 7 for my 10 total. Are there any glitches used in this run? There is actually almost nothing glitch-wise for the original NES Final Fantasy. They were extremely good at preventing glitches from being helpful. The things that happen in this run are, for the most part, whenever you see a bug, going to be detrimental. There are a few exceptions. You can run away easier than the developers intended. You get more critical hits than developers intended, but there was really like no way to prevent these things from happening. So it's not like there are glitchless that you can choose to exploit or not. It's just that the game itself, like the main quest, is really, really solid for sequence. There's no sequence breaks at all. There's our first ogre down. We're going to get 2 more ogres on the way to Marsh Cave here. After, of course, skipping over an arachnid and an ogre creep fight here. There's the ogre creep. This one would be arachnid if I went down to the west-hand side. On the east-hand side, I think it is wolves. So it wouldn't be a terrible fight, but it would be putting you further away from Marsh Cave than you could really walk to. Like, as it is, I'm going to be dead up against Marsh Cave when the second ogre encounter takes place. And we lose so much damage by not having that second fighter. Really hurts in a lot of these battles that the fighters could easily clean up on. The difference between the fighter and the black belt at this point is like 50 damage around. It's really substantial. In time, though, the black belt does get better. NES is probably the most brutal for the curve. NES black belts don't really catch up to fighters for a very long time. Like late 20s, early 30s is where you start seeing them be able to surpass the fighters. They get good in the early 20s, but they're not as good as fighters until the 30s. The remakes, though, buff the black belts a bit. You'll see that they get their bonus attacks outpowering the weapon bonuses much sooner. Like PlayStation, instead of going like, I'm gonna go like level 8 probably for when the black belt takes off his weapons. PlayStation's like, level 5, and then GBA and the other remakes, like even level 1 you can do. Maybe level 2 at the latest for when the weapons stop becoming good. Why no Black Mage? The Black Mage is soft and squishy, which is a big liability for a lot of the game. It would get me some spell slots earlier. That would be helpful. and it would get me a black robe that I could wear. So that would save me having to lug around the black robe as a separate item. I really want the black robe for casting ice too. I feel like that's going to be pretty handy to have in a lot of the game. How do I pronounce my name? It is Gyre. Go ahead, skip the mucks. 1 to 3 mucks in this formation. We've got a pretty good chance of getting out of here without a ton of damage, but they do hit very hard. So if you get unlucky, like a 3 muck ambush, you could be severely bruised by that fight. Unlikely to kill anybody, but the bruising is a pretty bad consequence. Wow, bat all the way in the north. Very rare to see that bat get so out of control. I guess it's not bad. It's like you don't want the bat to be hanging out in front of the doorway. That's one of the ways that you could actually break your step route pretty hard, is that bats and other NPCs do not move while you're inside of rooms. There's like a different mode the game runs when it's inside of rooms versus outside. And so if you walk into that room on that second floor with a bat in front of the doorway, he's not able to get out of the way. So you're just going to lock up the doorway and be stuck there for a long time. Like I'm being stuck in this fight. Bill, it's all up to you. It is all up to Bill. The 10% chance to run. It's turning ugly. We're getting boned really hard right now. Bill again can't run. What am I paying you for, Bill? You're in the slot just so you can run away, but no, you fail. You fail over and over again. We're also failing to snap out of the paralysis, which is a 1 in 4 chance, and with 3 characters paralyzed, this is extraordinarily bad luck to have it fail multiple rounds in a row. Alright, Cal is about to die. Bill still cannot run. Cal's at 1. Alright, well, doing the entrance to Marsh Cave again. That is why we save outside. I blame that all on Bill. That is 100% Bill's fault. This will be the last one. This should set us up for the same RNGs we had before, which unfortunately includes those 2 crawl battles. Let's try that again. Now, of course, we get the first try runs. Where was that last time, Bill? Where was that last time? Are all the upstairs treasure chests duplicates of chests found elsewhere in the cave? The very first one might not. There is a large dagger in the North Fork that I don't remember being down the south end, but we will find out when we get through with the Mystic Key. So we're going to do both Temple of Fiends and Marsh Cave in the collection process for once we have Mystic Key and we can actually grab everything inside. See, there we go. See how easy that fight is? No problems. Simple, easy, quick battle. 3/4 of Portis's party mix here. I'm tempted to go and get the copper bracelet, but I don't think it's worthwhile getting the extra werewolf and shadow encounters. We'll go ahead and pass those guys up. Hey, Soundhound, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. When we'll actually do the collection, I will do it as soon as I have the key. So we're trying not to unnecessarily defer item pickups. I might have to do some things a little bit out of order. Like I'll probably do Ice Cave in 2 cycles, just to be able to break up what some of the difficult collections are. But I'm hopefully not going to just like wait till the very end of the game and then go get everything. Because at that point, the dungeons aren't really challenging. What is the worst starting class in the game, Thief? By far. Not even close. Doing Marsh Cave the biggest time loss? Nah, it's very small. That was like 2 minutes. Oh, you mean how much extra time does all chests cost for Marsh Cave? I would say that either Gurgu Volcano or Sky Castle is going to be the biggest penalty for it. There's a lot of stuff for those 2 dungeons that you have to go and grab. Do I have a step route for this? No. We're going to play it by ear for a lot of the game. I will try to keep fairly close to the marathon route wherever I can. But for large stretches, I won't be able to because I'll be going off to the side to collect items. No Scums again. Scum getting left out of this. I wonder if Scum is, like, been kicked out of the group. We're just getting Arachnid, Spider, and Muck over and over for the Poisonous party mixes. Alright, there we go. One last battle, Shadows. And then Marsh Cave Part 1 will be complete. We'll have to do a fairly substantial return trip to go and grab everything in here. But first, we're going to get Mystic Key, maybe some upgrades. Like to have the Fire 2 spell. Could potentially look in getting the Silver Bracelet. But I think because the Marsh Cave does have a Silver Bracelet inside, we don't necessarily need to go to Melmond in advance. Skip those 2 battles. We have 2 ogre fights on the way up to Astos, and we've saved all of our ice spells on the red mages for that Astos fight. Bill's not going to do anything in Astos. It's just going to be laughable. Ace might get through his armor every once in a while, but it'll be for small amounts unless there's a critical hit. And so Cal and Dan are really doing all the work in this. The ice spells, 20 to 40 is the range. I need to get, like, I think a 26 average, which is substantially below average, to kill him in 6 casts of ice. Avoiding Melmond, always the right call. I agree with that. Stay out of Melmond if you want to be safe. Alright, so far pretty good. We'll get level 7 pretty soon after Astos. We did get 3 wizards in the Marsh Cave, but I think even if we have the fighter or black belt die here, it wouldn't be quite enough for the rest of the party to level up on. So we're going to put Bill into slot 2. We want to have anybody but a mage be rubbed. Mage getting rubbed in the Astos fight, kind of inconvenient because you need them to get as much experience as possible. Tonight it wouldn't be bad because we are probably going to get some extra levels before Earth Cave. So we're not going to have any trouble at all getting level 9. Why am I going over there? Let's go fight Astos. That's our more important priority for right now. Black Belt will take his weapon off at level 8. That's probably the best point. It'll be very similar between fists and Fist and Iron Nunchuck at 7. In fact, even level 8 will be very similar, but then it'll start to come out ahead. Astos' first mage kill in a while. I'm happy to be getting all the bad stuff on this night. It's a great time for bad RNG. Now Astos is confused. He doesn't know what to do. He just killed Dan and suddenly he's back up. It's a mystery. There we go, Astos down. We got some really good rolls there at the end. I was a little bit worried with the damage totals at the beginning of the fight. Getting some like low 20s, but then it really picked up for the second half. Let's go ahead and put Bill back in the back. Once we get the silver bracelet in Marsh Cave, Bill can go into slot 2. Did a hard reset when I should have done a soft reset. We'll take this fight. We'll take this fight and show this creep who's boss. Normally I would skip this battle right here, but I did a hard reset when I should have done a soft reset after the Astos stuff. You do not lose any steps for your step count. Going into Astos' castle, you do the tent right outside, so it doesn't count for a step going between maps, and inside the castle it's all safe squares, so those don't count either. So you can try Astos as many times as you want without having to set up manipulation again. Why is Bill a black belt? He is a black belt so that we have extra carrying capacity. I need to be able to open up treasure chests in the late game, and in NES Final Fantasy, you cannot pick up an item unless you've got a free slot in your 16 weapons or 16 armor list. And since I want to have a lot of stuff for fighters and red mages, that would be a bit of a problem. But a black belt is way less gear dependent. Nobody's dead, so we can go ahead and just get the Fire 2 spells here. Get that. And that. Go ahead and hit the end here. Hey, Celia, welcome in. Heading on up to the Matoya's Cave stretch here. So we're going to go through the Mystic Key section. This will let me open up a whole bunch of treasure chests that I couldn't get to earlier. So now I'll be able to go back and clean out both Marsh Cave and Temple of Fiends. I'll also get a good amount of loot at Dwarf Cave, Canaria Castle, Elfland, Astos' Castle. There's just like a great variety of stuff to pick up. There we go, nice. Dan gets the lit too. Will we see Warmech in this run? I don't think Warmech would be good. I think Warbeck would absolutely annihilate us, even with a few extra levels. We had 3 wizards and nobody died on Astos, so we need to get some extra experience here. I mean, I don't actually need to do these fights. It's all planned from the sharks. But this will bump up where I get the experience a little bit. Especially for this one where I'm going to be doing Temple of Fiends and return trip to Marsh Cave. I'm not going to be on my normal route for a lot of the game in terms of pickups. So that's going to be preventing me from getting that last little bit I normally have for level 7. How much of the treasure is going to be just immediately dropped? Maybe about half of it. There is a large stretch of the game where you don't really get upgrades, like most of Gurkha Volcano, for example. And so we're going to have a bit of time in there where it's just like, grab treasure chest, throw the stuff away, grab treasure chest, throw the stuff away. But there's some good stuff. We'll get both Pro Capes, so both Cal and Dan will have some upgraded defense on that. I'll probably get the black shirt at the end so that Bill might hold the black shirt for his slot. I guess, do I hold the black shirt on Bill? I mean, Dan's not going to get the Pro Cape until Carrie's 4 in Temple of Fiends, so I guess that's when we can do the swap over. Yeah, Sky Castle and Ice Cave are the two that I'm particularly worried about. Most of the other dungeons, the monsters are not terrible. And so maybe Earth Cave is another worry. Like Earth Cave 4th floor could be bad. There's a bunch of treasure chests down there. I guess 3rd floor as well that I don't normally get. I'll need to figure out some routes that have reasonably good encounters to be able to safely snag all the stuff. How does the bot know what encounter I get? There is image recognition being run against the Twitch stream, and it's just watching what's happening on the stream to figure things out. It'll sometimes read the wrong names, but it's generally pretty accurate at this point. We've had a lot of playtesting go into past runs. Cutting through Elfland here to save some overworld walking steps. Do I do... I guess I would do Temple of Fiends before Dwarf Cave, because I'm up by Cuneria at that point. It means... maybe I'll do Cuneria, Dwarf Cave, then when I'm sailing back to Elfland, cut off to the east, and do Temple of Fiends then. That might make the most sense overall in terms of the route. It'll mean one less shark battle, and hopefully we don't get anything really bad on the ocean to replace it. The most valuable Dan. I mean, Dan's so valuable. Like, I think it's just unfair for him to even be entered in the MVP contest. Alright, so what do I need to do differently here? We're going to double lit 2, that's fine. We'll do plenty of damage to kill Shark and Arsa Hag. If I go to Dwarf Cave and then do Temple of Fiends, I'm not going to have my Falcon. So I probably can... Well, I don't need the other weapon, because Bill doesn't need a sword. Alright, we're good. We're going to have Dragon Sword Ace, Silver Knives on Cal and Dan. Bill's got his fists. His Fists of Fury are going to take down anybody that gets in our way. So I can do pretty much a normal route up until then. Sounds good. I'm gonna go ahead and buy a stack of tents here. I will probably restock on tents at an earlier stage, so I don't need to get as many as I would normally get, but I will buy more heals and pures. Those are going to be very heavily used in Marsh Cave Part Suck. Also, I guess Bill's going barehanded now, because I don't have a way to get back that iron nunchuck that I sold. Wasn't thinking about that when it came time to go and get weapons replaced. Normally I would be selling everybody's weapons off, and I would have a weapon picked up for each of the 2 fighters and 2 red mages. But I've got no equivalent for the Billster. Unless he gets the power staff at Northwest Castle. That's almost the same as an iron nunchuck in terms of damage. Any benefit to grinding the black belt in Gurgu instead of the fighter? I mean, I'm going to have everybody alive for Gurgu. We were going to get a couple extra levels compared to normal, so that we can survive through a lot of the late game dungeons. I can't just slip through with my marathon levels, since there's so many more battles going on, that we just need to have beefier tanks, more healing, more spell slots, and so on to be able to make it through there. Let's go switch over to heal potions now. We're going to buy 40 of these things. So we're going to be getting all these items in the early game. Normally it would be like Earth Cave for like, 5 heal potions, or Deals 5 heal potions. And then Gurgu's where you use them all. This run is going to be really stressed on heals and pures for the first couple of dungeons overall. Until I've got more spell slots to work with, it's going to be a big collection of these things every dungeon that we go through. Ten more, or 11 more to go. Now 10 more. I'm going to save a little bit of money here at the end so that I can go and in-trip. Actually, no, we get money at Dwarf Cave. So I can use that cash for the end when we come back to Corneria. So I can go all the way down to 0. So 5 more now. And done. There we go. A lot of heal potion shopping. Is Bill stronger than Rocky and faster than Bruce Lee? Bill is barely keeping up with Dan at this point. I think we need to set some better expectations about what Bill's performance is like. Bill is subpar against Dan. Alright, treasure chests here that we would not normally pick up. Let's grab them all. There's an iron staff. I guess that's a Bill weapon. Iron staff can be used by the black belt. Randomizer buy 10. You better believe we're doing buy 10 randomizer. There's going to be a lot of things that are going to be nice about the randomizer run when we do those. I need to remember to pick up a stack of tents at some point in here. We've got enough for right now to get through the dungeons, but then we will be going through Earth Cave probably 1, if not 2 extra times to get all the items out of that. Earth Cave's a particularly tough one for clearing out all treasure chests. There's just so much junk in there. Did the Dwarven police ever figure out who blew up that guy with the dynamite? Nope, they're still on the lookout for whatever evil stranger might have done that. Definitely wasn't Dan. It was Bill. It was Bill all along. Do I have a step count and encounter planned out for this category? No. This is all going to be improv for it, which is going to make the second half of the game much harder. I would not be surprised if we go over 6 hours for this run. Will I be skipping link treasures? Yes. As long as I get all the treasures, then we're good. The treasure chests in this game have some that are connected together called link treasure chests, and so whichever one you open is the item, and then the other one is just going to say empty. So we're not going to bother getting empty treasure chests. There's no way to distinguish that from having just tried to open them all. Does Warmac count as a chest? That is a debatable statement. We might have to test it, but I don't think he does. We did agree that for the purposes of GBA, even though Adamant is no longer in a treasure chest, we're going to follow NES rules for that. So at least that one is less ambiguous than it was before. Alright, so what do we need to do? We need to swap around weapons and armor here ahead of time. Okay, so you're going to get... Oh, I never even sold your iron nunchucks. I guess you stick with the iron nunchucks then. You two get silver knives. For some reason I thought I dropped Bill's armor there. Or Bill's weapon. Okay, so you get a helmet. Then you're set on those. Actually, you should get... no, we don't have Iron Gauntlet yet. We're going to get that at Northwest Castle when we go back there. So you can get Iron Shield upgrade. You guys can't use any of this stuff. We'll give... I guess Dan the silver. We're going to go ahead and put Bill's cap on. Nothing else is an improvement. Alright, so that's the best we can get for right now. Early in the game, we could not get all the treasure chests in Temple of Fiends, so we skipped those. So now we need to go back and get them. There is treasure chests in each of the 4 corners of Temple of Fiends in the present. 2 of the corners are locked with Mystic Key. So we get the Rune Sword, the Werebuster, and a soft potion in those. And then we'll get a little bit of miscellaneous stuff in the other ones. I believe it is money, a cabin, and like a heal potion. Kind of tempted to have Bill start punching things. With mummies coming up, probably not worth it. Mummies do have a lot of absorb, so his fists are probably not as good quite yet. The reason why there's a trade-over between weapons and fists is that the fists are going to do less damage but have more attacks per round. And so eventually you get enough base damage that the fist bonus attacks are worthwhile. If they get reduced to 1, then it's just like twice as many 1s. Whereas the weapons are going to have enough bonus attack power to do extra damage. Alright, there's bonus cap. Who gets bonus cap? Maybe Dan? Silver armor cap. Bill can't even kill a creep. Can't even kill a creep. I don't even know why I've got this guy in my party. Other than that he is less dependent on gear. So when I'm throwing things out, I'll have extra storage space on my black belt. You're very limited to carrying things in NES. With only 16 weapons and 16 armor that you can hold at a time, I'm gonna have to make like very tough decisions about what I want to actually keep around. To get this one, I'm gonna have to get the double gargoyle fight as well. So there is a trap tile with gargoyles in front of each of these areas. If you just want the swords, which are the best items, you only fight the gargoyle once. But in order to get the soft potion, you have to fight him a second time. I'm just gonna... let's actually kill him. I was gonna just say run from him, but 2 gargoyles should be fairly fast. That's right, we're going back to Marsh Cave after this. It's gonna be exciting for the whole family. I think everyone's gonna really enjoy it. Even Bill. The slacker. Alright, there we go, gargoyles down. Get our wear sword there. Do I get silver swords for the red mages? Would definitely let them do plenty of damage. Like a silver sword red mage early on could help out with the Earth Cave a bit. We're not gonna have enough spell slots for things like Earth Elementals. We probably can't afford to fire too. There's a whole bunch of Earth Elemental trap tiles in front of the treasure chest, and we're just gonna need to be able to clear them all out. So maybe I get the silver sword to help out with my damage output. Bill's going to be absolutely useless on a lot of those. When we get to Earth Cave, the monsters are going to have a lot of defense. They're generally biased towards having lots of HP, lots of base defense. And if you get lucky for some of them with criticals, maybe he could do a little bit, but otherwise he's not going to be overly effective. Okay, 3 were just running. Our rune blade as well. The rune blade is the one that was supposed to do bonus damage to magic creatures. Wear sword, bonus damage to regenerating creatures, and all of these elemental swords are completely busted, so I'm just going to sell them for cash. Fairly good money in the early game, like 3,000-4,000 a pop, depending on which sort of sword types it is. So those are worth lugging around for a little bit. Order do I want this in? Probably do Northwest Castle, Mummy Grind once, take a house, go to Marsh Cave. Or do I want to save the houses for later on? I should have plenty of money. Money is probably not going to be an issue in this route. With as much stuff as we are going to be lugging around, I bet money is going to be fairly easy to get. What can we clean out here? So that can go. Saber can go. Sword can go. We're going to save the dragon sword just in case there is a fight on the ocean that the fighter can help out with. Get rid of the wooden chucks. Let's clean out our armor as well over here. Okay, you're good. Iron armor can go. Shield can go. Chainmail can go. Wooden helmet can go. That chain can go. We'll trade cap up to Dan. And you're good. Alright, there we go. Do a little bit of pruning there to make sure that we don't get any full inventory messages. We'll stick with tents for right now. I shouldn't need a ton of healing overall coming out of these places. Just trying to think about overall what my travels are going to be like. Wooden helmet is just a bowl on your head. It actually is probably a fairly accurate description. These are not advanced weapon and armor crafters here in the town of Canaria. They're but basic peasants. Stocking up on the almost assuredly needed giant pile of pure potions. We're gonna have a lot of fun in Marsh Cave. Okay, I do want to make sure I save 4,000 for this. We should be okay. I'll buy probably 20 or so heal potions here. Get a little bit more reserves available for that. I want to save all of my 3rd tier spell charges for Lit 2s probably. We're going to have a wizard fight in Marsh Cave when we go to the bottom row of treasure chests. Maybe we'll even do more than one set of wizards. We'll probably come out of this stretch over level 8. Alright, so Temple of Fiends done. Probably should have done the skip right there. Save the one encounter. Yeah, wolves are not too bad. Normally what I do in the route is, for that particular approach into Elfland, skip one encounter on the ocean. It should still be lined up fairly well, even though we went up to Temple of Fiends. Okay, we go ahead and sell off our Dragon Sword next. Give you Silver Sword. The debate here is whether I want to get the Silver Sword for the Mage as well. I mean, I guess I could have saved some of the other magic swords in there, rather than selling them off directly. I think they'll be okay. We'll get Coral Sword at Earth Cave. That'll be our next upgrade for them. Let me check to make sure I've got everything I want to have for these guys. You have Lit 2 and Fire 2. We don't really need Cure 2 here. Yeah, I think we're good. That's right, get prepared. This is going to be a long one. There is a lot of stuff involved in this, especially with all the extra trips. So I'm going to do Northwest Castle here next. Grab the items out of there, then go down to Marsh Cave for the most fun of fun times, in which we get to clear that place out. Hello, Bat. Hope you're having a good day. Falcon. Power Staff. We could actually give the Power Staff to Bill if we wanted to. Would be a very weird move because it's actually a little bit worse than his Iron Nunchucks. But it's not too far off. Like, you could reasonably make a case for the Power Staff doing some good work. Do I put Bill in slot 2? I don't think I do. I think he is too fragile right now with just 6 absorb. That the mummies would tear him up. Even though this makes it much harder to get Dan's spell charges used effectively. In fact, we're going to double Dan up right here. So that he gets both of his casts in when it's a chance to strike first. And then the 5-pack. That's what I want to see. So we're at 10 mummies now. Oof. Man, Bill, so much damage. Bill seriously needs the silver bracelet that we're going to get in the Marsh Cave. We're going to get Marsh Cave value, everybody. Rather than going to Melmond to buy the silver bracelet, which is the smart play, I'm going to get the one out of Marsh Cave, which is the dumb play. And that will nevertheless help Bill out. There we go, mummy's down. With 2 houses, do I go for a second loop of mummies? I think I do. I think I do. Unfortunately, I don't know where to do my hard resets. I guess we'll keep the encounter cycle going, and this will get us ready for a interesting marsh cave. We're gonna have a lot of really tough encounters in there that I don't normally have. Probably gonna run into scorpions, almost certainly into werewolves. Let's have Dan start off with the 4-pack here. Might have wanted to do Cal, just to reduce the odds of our Fire 2 caster getting put to sleep. Of course, they don't go for the mages at all. They're trained well. These are excellently trained mummies with the finest of skills to totally ignore the damage dealer. Astos didn't pay off. He got 8 points. Astos got a kill. The kill still counts even though I had a reset for the kill being on Dan. So those points stay on the board. Okay, looks like we are doing Fire 2 off of Dan again. Good start. Also, don't worry about mummies. There is a ton of mummies left in this run. We're going to be doing so many mummies with Earth Cave, it's not going to be funny. There we go. Level 8, that's going to help a lot. So level 8, I believe, is where I want to take off Bill's weapon. So he's going to be barehanded now. This might not be a great fight to show it off, because mummies have pretty good defense skills. But at least against the easier monsters, it's going to be more damage with bare hands than with the chucks at this point. So no more salamis for Bill. He's had his fill. So it's more like level 10. Level 10 is about the first time where it's noticeably better. Right now it should be very similar. So what'll happen is that monsters that have low amounts of absorb, it's better to have fists. Monsters that have high amount of absorb, it's better to have weapon. And once you get around like level 10 or 11, it's just flat out better all the time, regardless of what the absorb rating of the monster is. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Go ahead, go all the way down to the south. Tent up, just in case there's something bad there. I know that there is probably going to be an arachnid fight. That's number 3. Yeah, the arachnid battle is next. I'd rather take arachnids, though, than undead, so I think this comes out in my favor. Oh, we got giants. Nice. I guess we were still high enough up to the north that we hadn't crossed into the bottom zone line yet. That's actually helpful. Death count, yeah, I believe it's just 1 for Dan. The one against Cal, well, we reset before the the Cal death in the Marsh Cave was counted. So Dan should be the only death recorded. I think I'm a little bit too high up for what I want to do, but we should get fairly similar monsters on the way down. Actually, might be in a good spot here. Let's see if we get the other ogre fight before we reach the cave. Oh, we have plenty of steps. Plenty of steps left over. Oh no, this is the ogre fight. Never mind. Should have gone in. Alright, there we go. So we're going to be one battle off of normal going through here. We do need spell slots. We're going to do that. Alright. Time for punishment. This was the bone double crawl fight. Luckily no crawls. Hello, Bat. How you doing, Bat? There you go. Second floor, I need to grab short sword in here. So that's going to be this room. There's actually 3 copies of this treasure chest. We're just going to grab this one. It's the same for the other 2 rooms on the floor. There we go, snag that. Hey, Sarazad, welcome in. Hello, Bat. Alright, so the first floor is done. We got the iron armor, which is the upper left chest. Check the maps, make sure I don't miss anything. So we need to do upper right. That is a unique treasure chest that we haven't seen yet. Werewolves coming up. Werewolves shouldn't be too bad with this level party. The only thing I'm really worried about maybe is like scorpions in terms of the damage output that they would have. Bats should count. Bats are hard for the bot to see. They're not very distinctive. Alright, what do I want to do next? I could probably do copper bracelet on the way out. Yeah, we'll go down south in the right-hand column first. That one's empty. This one... Oh, I think this is one of the ones that's linked to the northern fork. We're going to see which treasure chest this is. How is Dan the most valuable light warrior? How is Dan not the most valuable light warrior? Have you not seen Dan? He is nothing but value. I still don't want to have Bill in slot 2 quite yet. He's getting there. Soon, Bill. Soon we'll be able to take advantage of that. Okay, that's still empty. So that was evidently linked with something else that I've already picked up. Alright, wizard time. Bonus wizards. We got 3 wizards here to work with. Sorry, Bill, punch that wizard right in his smug face. Even if you can't hit him. It's the thought that counts. Do I grab that on the way up? I think I want to. So we have to pick up another treasure chest in the 3rd rank right here. This is the one that's to the right of the crown. So I don't see another good spot to come up here. You don't need the crown treasure chest, obviously, so it's already been taken care of. That one's out of the way. Yeah, I think from over here is the best way to do this. So we come up to row number 2. This is going to be... Is this the silver bracelet? It's either this one or the next one the silver bracelet's in. Alright, Cobra. This one's not terrible, I don't think. It's not unrunnable as far as I remember. Ow, that hurt. Alright. Normally you don't ever see Cobras in a speedrun, because they're not a very good monster. They're fairly difficult when they appear, and they're generally overpowering in large groups. Okay, the silver knife. So there's knife number 3. As if we need any more of those things. Alright, we have 3 more battles before Scorpions. Hopefully we can get out before then. We're gonna put Bill back into slot 4 just in case we have another encounter before he gets this armor. So once he gets the silver bracelet, he's in much, much better shape. Nice. Here's our wizards. Actually, I probably could have dodged these guys. They're not in the blocked part of the room. Also Adelit 2s. The extra bonus wizards right there. I'm just getting them for bonus experience. Extra experience here for this party. I'm gonna try to get that level 9 on time. There we go, silver bracelet obtained. Okay, so now Bill's got a nice upgrade here, so we're gonna replace that. We can pretty much throw out wood. That's only worth 20 gold to sell. That one we can also throw. No worth in lugging that around. Two encounters to go. I'll take that doorway. Yeah, we should be fine. We've got this room here with the copper bracelet. Most of this is safe squares right there. Copper bracelet I can't immediately use, but it sells for 500, so I think I'll go ahead and take it with me. I didn't realize the Scorpion was on 2nd and 3rd floor, so we might be seeing some Scorpions in our near future. In fact, I've given myself an extra curl battle by doing this. Alright, well, we'll take it. We will take this. Why did I decide to attack them up? Because there's only one of them, and at this point we can kill them fairly quickly. So it's more likely that we would end the battle faster by killing the muck than by trying to run from it. There's our scorpion friends. They're like lobsters, but even more poisonous. Scorpions are pretty nasty for when they first appear in the game. Both scorpions and cobras, I think, probably should not have been in Marsh Cave. This hurts. Alright, at least there's only 3 paralyzing monsters. We have no Fire 2s to work with, unfortunately. That is a pretty big handicap here. We really wish Cal had gotten up further than Ace, but let's see if we can make this escape. There we go. Bill, close call. Bill learning from his earlier mistakes. Got another 2 ghoul fights coming up. Ooh. Not fond of those. Let's do a checkpoint. In case we need to, I can always go back and burn off an encounter 2 this way. How do I know if I get all the treasure chests? I've got a map to make sure I check everything off. That way I don't have to rely purely on memory to do all this. North Branch here, you have to get at least 1 in. I want to say that we've gotten 2 of the other 3, but I'm going to check them all just to make sure. I forget how they line up for some of the replacements. Can the bot track the treasures? No, it can only see the things that are happening on the screen area where combat results take place. We're gonna grab the dagger here. This is the one that I know you have to get in this section. Delay for more scorpions. Oh wow, this is a terrible stretch coming up for encounters. I think I want to continue to have Bill in slot 2. It's marginal though. I might argue for a mage being a better choice there, especially Dan with the silver armor. He's got some good absorb from that. Hey Tokyo, welcome in. Yeah, tonight is a challenge run to get every single treasure chest in the game. Alright, good. That was one that did not get linked. Go back. I'll take this opportunity to go to your left-hand side. These ones I'm pretty sure are linked, especially the one that is the short sword. Let's find out, though. Yep. We'll take this. Bone crawl. Alright. You're not bad. But only 1 crawl here as opposed to the max 2. You can go ahead and slip in. Get 620. Alright. Marsh Cave's done. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. And yes, we switched Bill over to a black belt so that we had extra carry capacity. With a challenge like this, it's important to have 3 slots in your weapon and armor menu. And with the black belt having less demand for gear, it means I don't have to give up as many important class items. Easiest and hardest character classes? I would say Red Mages is probably the easiest, maybe Fighters. And hardest probably is, well, hardest is Thieves. Like, that's not a contest. That doesn't need much thought. What are the rest of the challenge runs going to be? They are going to be revealed each night. I've given some clues. So there's going to be one night with 4 black belts, one night with random party, one night doing randomizers. We'll have a few other ones that I'm also including in there, but it'll basically be either 2 challenges per weekend if they go short enough, or 1 if it happens to be a super long one. I think the bot might have seen the Geist. Didn't want it to spot that monster there. Is 4X Black Mage tough or easy? It's not that bad, but it's got a difficult bit at the end. You have no healing, and they don't have a lot of defense. So they're just pure offensively minded. Alright, last battle here. Of course, arachnids. Of course! Let's see what interesting things we can go and pawn off. So weapons... Yeah, I guess just clear out Ace Bill Cal. Do I ever want to keep a Falcon for the red mages? I don't think so. They're not going to be that useful for melee. Both of those can go. And gets rid of, I guess, knife number 2. The knife number 1 should be the one that's equipped. Velodron, thank you much for the subscription there. Appreciate the support and hope you continue to enjoy the stream in the future. Alright, so we've got copper armor for selling off there. To get the commands for Final Fantasy, do !FFF. That'll give you a paste bin with all the details for it. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and buy some extra houses. This will reduce my total walking time. I also need soft potions for Earth Cave. Earth Cave is going to be excitingly dangerous for large stretches of it. We might have to deal with cockatrices. 2 houses, is that going to be enough? Probably. We'll get a couple cabins here as well for extra HP recovery. That should be okay. We've already got a silver bracelet, so we don't need to buy anything at Melmond. So we'll mostly get rid of the amount of pure potions that we used back at Marsh. So back up to a good stock of those. Heal potions as well. I either need to do Earth Cave and more trips, or to do it with lots of heal potions. I think more trips would probably be the better option for clearing out floors 3 and 4. So maybe do normal trip down to Vampire, a trip in between Vampire and Lich to get everything on 3rd and 4th floors, and then Lich last? Or do I want to try to get 4th floor together with Lich? I want to say there's 2 big treasure areas on 4th floor, one on the 3rd floor that I don't normally visit. They're pretty far out of the way in terms of steps. I think we'll get away with only 1 extra trip. Someday we'll be out of heal potions to buy. Guy just got such a good price on them now. There we go. Cannot carry anymore. You're all set for those. Level-wise, we are looking at level 8 here. We have an outside shot to hit level 10. So I'm going to go ahead and get the 4th tier spells for our mages. I can't afford all of them. Is it worth it just getting fast? No, I don't think it is. By the time we get to those levels, it's probably going to be too late for a lot of those. Inner Sea complete. Good thing this is a chance to strike first. I hate the Odd Eyes. They do nothing but paralysis, and they are a big menace as a result in terms of those early game encounters. They gave you a decent amount of experience points. It wouldn't be as bad, but they just soak up so much time with those attacks. Got our spell slots back. That'll be good for first trip through here. Alright, Evan, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. It's the dreaded tiger. Luckily only one. If it's a pack of 3 of them, especially in an ambush, that is a very scary encounter. Ghoul Guy's not so hot, but we have no real need to burn our spell charges yet. We're saving as many as we can for extra Earth Mentals at the end of this first floor trip. Alright, never mind. We're burning a spell charge. Cal's got a fire too here. Not really much choice about that. It lets me only fight one Earth Mental now, unless I go a little bit risky and do only a single fire 2 on the other one. Alright, SPQ, have a good night. Let's see, the best way of doing this, probably... Let's do treasure chests here first to get the Earth Mental at the very end. So we'll have our normal last bull sequence, but we'll be going a couple more encounters into first floor before heading on. We almost had to do second floor as well on this first trip. And then pick up Coral Sword Room down to Vampire as normal. In fact, if we have enough charges, that might work out. I don't have to hit the Earth Elemental to get the upper treasure chest. So that does potentially save me a fire 2 there. Lonely Ghost, thank you much for the bits. And Bill also appreciates your support. He's trying his best. That goes ahead and flips my mages around. It should be fairly easy to keep Cal and Dan pretty much at parity for a lot of this. I have to be careful not to get max pure potions, because I wouldn't be able to use one and to pick one up. For heal potions, it's not a problem. I can always deliberately throw one away. And even if I'm at full health, it'll work. We have coming up. Gargoyle, Cobra, Arachnid. Oh. Bunch of junk on this floor. I might not have wanted to stick around for those Cobra fights. I don't think I can get up unfortunately, to the stairs, though, before the cobras start happening. It also means I missed out on the bulls in the second floor, which are a nice source of experience. Was I really going to get 99 pures anyway? No, not really. Go ahead and grab Earth Mental here. Let's flip around the spells right now. This actually might not have been a good one to do that on. We're only at 100 health. Mistakes were made. Dan, you need a big fire too. 74 is not enough. Ow. Okay, just don't hit Dan again. See there, Bill just does not have enough attack power to overcome a high base armor rating monster. If he had a weapon, it might have done more than 1 damage a pop. We've got 1 cure left over. There's the gargoyle. So Cobra's coming up next. I might have to bail on this loop and do a tent outside to set the encounters back, and then do the other parts of the treasure chest here. I'd prefer not to get the big cobra piles. We'll get one of them here. That one's not bad. That one is not bad. Okay, so we've done the 2 at the bottom. I believe I can get the bulls up here and get a fairly good set of monsters on 2nd floor, grabbing the ones in the southwest corner. And then we'll do vampire after that. There's a lot of planning involved in trying to improv through here, because most of the monsters in Earth Cave are fairly dangerous at this level. You're probably supposed to be, like another 7 or 8 levels higher for a lot of playthroughs, so it's kind of a difficult thing to pick your way through. And for the speed run, it's all planned out in advance what the encounters are going to be, and you can avoid most of the bad ones. But I can't do as much avoiding here with how long I need to spend on these floors. Grab that one from the bottom rather than take on the Earth Mental there. We did get 1 Earth Mental earlier, so we probably get 3 total as extra experience. Yeah, maybe we'll hit level 10 before Lich. I was debating about whether I wanted to get the extra gold there to get the spells at Elfland or not, but it looks like they might have been useful. I'll definitely get them after Ordeals, though. Ordeals should not be at all different. I can get all of the treasure chests in Ordeals without taking any extra steps compared to the marathon run. So that one is totally secure for how that route's going to go. Actually, ooh. I have to get the treasure chest in Titan's Tunnel, and that's not part of my budget for steps. Wonder if there's a way I could figure out how to get extra steps in there to make that work out. Let's go drop a heal on you as well. Titan's Tunnel is an unplanned complication in that. Actually, no, I can fix that up. I think I've got a fix for Titan's Tunnel. Okay, so for this one, I think we just want to get Southwest Room, and then we'll bail on Earth Cave, go back out, get our spell charges, and then do Vampire Trip after that. Does all chests include link chests? As long as I get the treasure is complete for the challenge, I do not need to touch every treasure chest because if it's empty, there's no point. Out of Bounds Bat is in the waterfall, so he's going to be fairly late in the night. You'll get Out of Bounds Bat shortly before you go to the Sea Shrine. Hello, Bat. Not Out of Bounds Bat for you. These guys, ooh, actually. This could be really rough. We'll see how well this room goes. Items that are in the urns by the witch, it's treasure chest in NES. There is nothing variable in terms of how items are presented. Yeah, I'm thinking about this earth trap tile. It's not going to be pleasant. I do have one Fire 2 left. Yeah, that's it. Right, there we go. Punch Bill, that's fine. Would have been better to punch Ace. Ace has got more armor, more hit points. But we'll take a punch on Bill. For right now. Some little damage. Yeah, we're probably going to use ice spells. Even though ice is not a particularly effective element on earth elementals. It's going to be to do more than those silver knives unless the mages get lucky on the rolls. Do I even want to fight these guys? This is a good experience. I think I do. This room's really making me sweat, though. A lot of good XP, but unfortunately those Earth Mentals on the way in and out are unrunnable. And they are going to be tough. The way out one is going to be very tough. Here we go. Might as well just do silver knives. Might as well. I guess it'll be 10 to 20 for the range. They have enough magic defense that it's not doing criticals. Probably be a 3-round fight as well. Mixing it up there. Dan with a clutch dodge. That really helps out. Wooden shield, the least valuable non-enemy chest in the game. There's a cloth armor as well that is severely guarded. That's probably the worst of the treasure chests in general. Hello, Bat. Just chilling. There you go. How many mages in the formation for the cloth one? I believe it's a range, so want to say 2 to 4. Hey, Scav, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes. Gonna need them. This is not an easy challenge. Just finished up a little bit of the Earth Cave here. We're gonna go do the Vampire next, and there is a lot of treasure just to cover in the 3rd and 4th floors, and I'm really worried about how long I have to spend on those. Chances of seeing Warmack, hopefully 0. I do not want to fight Warmack here. He is not a treasure chest, we've determined this. He is somewhat boxy and is made of metal, but he is not a treasure chest. Okay, Vampire Trip we should probably just do fairly straight. I'm trying to think if there's anything I could detour for. If I took on one group of cockatrices, I could get most of 3rd floor treasure chests. Is that worth it? It's very scary sounding. And on the plus side, we should have level 9 already, so we've got 6 Fire 2s to work with. That's going to help a lot with the undead fights. The undead fights I'm not as worried about. We generally have fairly good removal mechanisms. It's the cockatrices that are a particularly big concern. Also the bats. The bats are something that could have been done better. Go ahead and grab the 330 here. That one's usually not part of the route because it's just kind of a waste of time to go pick it up. I want to see what Dan's hit rate is. 38. Okay, you're still 38 there. All right, so Coral Sword is a strict improvement over Silver Knife. What percentage of chests do I open in the normal runs of the game? I would guess like somewhere between 50 and 60%. I do open a large number, but generally what happens is that there's extensive parts of the game where you just don't touch at all. Like all of 2nd floor Gargu, or most of the treasures here in Earth Cave. Actually, it might be lower than 50% for the run. Probably more than 1/3, but definitely less than 2/3. Hello, bat. Who's a good bat? Not you. Not you. Somebody else is a good bat. We're not gonna be able to take any encounters. There's a ton of really nasty stuff I need to deal with for the treasure chest on this floor. Is there a list of challenges later on? No, this one's going to be a surprise. For GB, I announced all of them in the order that they would be done at. But for this one, it's basically... I've got a list that I have in mind, and I'll pick one of them each time that we have one of these weekend playthroughs until we get all of them completed. Actually, no, we do want to cure one on Dan. Okay, vampire time. Do I try to save a fire 2 here? I think I want to. So we're going to just do 1 fire 2 on vampire. Even though I've got 6, this is still a very tough floor. Good job, Cal. Cal decides to just annihilate the vampire. Doesn't need anybody else's help. There's the ruby. Good treasure chest right there. Here's the wizards. I guess I try to save another cast if I can. So we'll still have 4 casts of 3rd tier spells left after this. Here, this is what I'm saving one of this pair of fire 2s for. Like, maybe we could do fire 2 singly on the earth mentals, but it was rough doing it on that previous one, so I'm happy to have a couple extra casts for that. Surprised I used lit 2 on just 2 wizards. They're pretty nasty. You can't be soft on wizards. They have a lot of attack power. And at these levels, you would be killed in 2 hits for, especially the red mages. They're still in pretty dangerous territory for that. Hey, Goopus, welcome in. Alright, we're gonna risk the cockatrices. I've got a cockatrice battle at the end of this that I'm really worried about, but I want to get as many treasures as I can here. I don't need the 3,400. Yeah, we're going to pass that one up. I guess we do need to go get this one. Cockatrice is next. Maybe a smarter play would have been to go to the stairs, burn that encounter off, and then come back up here. I would have had enough steps to make that work out, but I guess I wouldn't have been able to do that Earth Elemental one. That one would have required me going all the way back around to the vampire side. There they are. Get away, get away! Yes, there. That's nice. Such a scary encounter. Okay, let me look ahead to see what's coming up. Spectergeist in 5. I think I'll slip... No, I don't want to slip back in because I've got... Never mind. Never mind. I'm wasting steps being indecisive. I should just grab the 3,400 gold, get it out of the way, so that I don't have to worry about it on the Lich trip, and that way I've got more steps available to play around with on the 4th floor for getting the... treasure there, as well as maybe doing Titan's Tunnel in one pass. Here's the images. 3 battles until Spectergeist. Let's go for it. We are going for it. Two battles to go. Bill, how are you taking all this damage? You've got a silver bracelet on. That should actually give you a decent amount of absorb. That junk out of my inventory. Okay, we want to keep the silver knife. That's worth a little bit to sell. Coach, thank you much for the resubscription. And glad that you're continuing to enjoy the stream there. Hope you're having a good time. Enjoying Final Fantasy here at my expense with how many bad encounters are going to be. This is going to be ridiculous. We're probably going to break 1,000 points on tonight's run. Hey, Myrnal, welcome in. So we are done with first 2 floors. Once we finish up Vampire, we're done with 3rd floor because we did all the extra treasure chests there. So we are doing Lich and 4th floor together, I guess. And that'll be a fun time. Hello, Bat. Just happy to support Dan. I mean, aren't we all? Supporting Dan is what this channel does best. Hey, Nuki. Yes, I did get to pick my party. I decided to swap out a fighter for a black belt so that I would have a little bit extra carrying capacity. With 2 fighters, because they have 4 of their armor slots used pretty much the whole game, you'd have to give something up that's pretty valuable in order to be able to open up treasure chests. Either that or the red mages couldn't get the pro capes. And so I went with a character class that would have less requirements for items in a lot of the game. Alright, so we got Vampire Trip out of the way. Let's go ahead with the normal setup for Lich. Do I want to buy any extra steps? I do not... It's hard to think about how it would help me out. I want extra steps because that would mean less walking towards the path when I'm going to get the items in the Titan's Tunnel. Because that's going to burn me an extra encounter, most likely. We'll get a little bit over here, and then see if this works out. This is a little bit of planning that's very much improv. I shouldn't have used the house. That was a big waste. I could have gone to Melmond and done that setup for it. That would have worked perfectly too. That was my mistake. Cost me a house there. So I'm going to do it this way. And I'll get, hopefully a count on the encounter started. Going into Titan's Tunnel early so I can grab the treasure chest here. But it's going to impact my steps available for the Earth Cave entry. That's what I'm kind of concerned about. So because of this trip down here, it's throwing off all of the spots where I'd normally be doing resets. So I don't have a plan for what to do in the overworld, and I'm hoping that I can sync things back up relatively closely before I get back to Earth Cave. That'll make the at least first 3 floors a little bit nicer, and trying to get across 4th floor is not going to be pretty, because I have a whole bunch of sideway areas to go into, but we'll see if we can get as few bad encounters as possible. should put on the silver helmet. That's a strict upgrade for Ace at this point. Yeah, we can just throw that. Weird not skipping all this stuff on the overworld. There's so many bad encounters out here. The shadows, they mostly waste time. So I'm actually okay with seeing those. Tigers are scary in terms of damage, and then undead have the problem of stun lock that you're very, very paranoid about throughout a lot of these little excursions. Once you've got Zeus gauntlets especially, you've got a lot better of a way to deal with stun lock, because free lit 2s makes it so that you can burn off a lot of the fights, even like preemptively just throwing it up. Drop a 10 for healing. I'm trying not to use my cure spells so that I've got all of those spell charges for the Lich trip down. I think I do have another tiger encounter I need to go through though. Hopefully that one will be okay. It's not okay. It's very not okay. There's the ambush. No criticals. That's actually a big, very big positive. Cal, you had one job to run. One job. There's the criticals coming in. Ogre height. I'm trying to get at least one encounter ahead. I think I've done it. And that way I can burn that encounter off on the 4th floor before going down. Getting rid of hopefully at least one Cockatrice battle. Yeah, there's Ogre Grover. The next one should also be Ogre Hyena if this is the correct spot in there. Could be Ogre Hyena, hard to tell. 0 to 2 Hyena is in the formation, so it's ambiguous what it might be. But since there's no Groger, I know it's not the Ogre Groger one. So we have to do Lich and 4th floor clean out here. There's 2 big rooms that 4th floor has that I'm concerned about. I've already got everything on the 2nd floor. Hey, Wicked Gamer Dude, welcome in. This map being particularly ornery tonight. Oh, and then the encounter. So it's going to potentially have a chance to move again after this encounter finishes up. Come on, Bat, don't go to the right. There you go. I've been doing pretty good. We've gotten a lot of Final Fantasy done in the past few weeks. I think we've had a good time with that. Plenty of fantasy action there. How does attachment work? So basically, once you're attached to a run, you get bonus points at the start of boss battles. So there's like 18 total battles picked out as boss battles. Almost anything that I've got as a split, as well as the 4 Fiend refights and things like Blue D and other mini bosses. And if a run fails, then you lose 5 points. And that will be a karma score that is added to your overall total. And it'll slowly decay over time. So you'll be able to persist some positive or negative karma depending on how good your attachment picks are. Estimate for all chests, a lot longer. Probably going to be 6 hours plus. Drop all my heals. So normally I'd be getting the 30 gold, but we did get that last time through. Look at this Bat Brigade moving in perfect synchronization. Is it single segment? No. I'm doing lots of resets. This looks really tight. I've got one more encounter and then Spectre Geist after that. But I think we've made it. We're getting close enough that we should have a good run in there. There we go. So this is the Ogre Groger. And we've got Spectre Geist next, but I should be able to burn off. Then burn off the cockatrice, and that gives me at least a little bit of an opening for the 4th floor. Oh, plenty of steps. So yeah, the planning I did was to try to move up where I was in the encounter cycle by just a little bit. So that I would come in at my normal time for this trick to get rid of this cockatrice battle. And I'll probably get at least the Spectre Geist fight. I mean, there's just not enough time on 4th floor to grab everything. But I wanted to get rid of some of the overall worst stuff. I don't think anybody needs healing right now. We're going to take the image battle upstairs. This gets rid of cockatrice downstairs. We just got rid of Spectre Geist upstairs. So we traded off 2 much more difficult battles for these. Although 6 images. I hate seeing that. There you go, Dan. Getting us out of there. I should do north one first. Burn that off. But I can't really do much at this point. There is not many areas I can work with for dodging encounters if I start running into some trouble here. We'll do it the hard way. We've got a trap tile I don't think I can avoid up there. Delightful Sphinx encounter. So much damage. That's a monster that you're going to see around ordeals that you're trying to avoid. Sphinxes, I would say you've got very little shot of actually beating at this point. No! Bat pushed me down. Did not want the battle, but Bat pushed me into it. Let me think about my next move. I think I have to go to bottom treasure area here. I don't think that I can get to 5th floor usefully. So we're going to run the Spectre Geist next. We get through him. There is a wizard coming up. And then a really bad stretch. So I'm trying to get this floor done as fast as I can. That's the better way to go. I think for my planned route, stepwise, it's not going to make a difference going down here. Spectre Geist. I'm going to throw a preemptive Fire 2 here on Cal's stock. We've got one Fire 2 I can burn off of Dan, or a Lit 2 if I need to. I'm going to probably do the Wizard battle without a Lit 2. That went amazing. That's what I wanted to see. Three battles until Wizards now. Hello, about. There's more bats down here. I'm going to take as much experience as I can. I'm going to probably aim for being about 2 levels higher, maybe 3 for Ice Cave, to see if I can grab a couple extra treasures just that way. I don't think I can do all of Ice Cave in one pass. Just kind of thinking about some of the trap tile encounters that are waiting there. At level 12, which is probably the most I'm going to be able to get, there's just no way they'll have enough resources for it. This is probably the worst possible way of doing it, but I'm saving steps by doing the trap tiles. There we go. It's the last battle before Wizards. Almost no way to get out, but I'm trying to just avoid the Spectre Geists and Wizard combos that are following. There is only one battle after the Wizards that is not a terrible fight, and then it's just a string of them in a row that you really don't want to be on this floor for. Do I throw a Lit 2 for this? I think I do. I still have 4 left. Four casts should be enough for Lich here. Lit 2 did not take any of them down. Slower category than used to, yeah. For this part, because I'm basically getting the treasure chest immediately, it's a lot of difficult dungeon crawling. If I wait to the very end, like just do a normal speed run, get to like level 20, and then repeat most of the game, it would probably actually be faster overall. So close to that. Actually, no, that would have been the troll fight. Never mind. That would have been fine. The next one that was the Spectre Geist. Troll, that's fine. Alright, so we should have a pretty good path through here. Looking ahead to the encounters, we've got nothing really threatening coming up, so I think we did it. I think we cleared out Earth Cave successfully. Should have no problems with Lich, and a good startup for Ordeals after that. Ordeals, at least, is a very straightforward dungeon for this. Any treasures that I don't usually get that I'm grateful for. There's really nothing amazing that I skip, but I'll get another Pro Cape. So that'll be 8 extra defense for one of my red mages. Of course, doing terrible fire 2s. 5471. Alright, we didn't break 200 in round 1. We need a much better round here. This is our last set of fire 2s. Kind of regretting using the one against the wizards now. That's better. Just going through his spells pretty hard. 3. Okay, we should be in better shape now. Good fight. I'm probably not going to be able to carry the white shirt. Black shirt might be more useful. Of course. Of course, the big pile of junk. We did it, everybody. Let's do ordeals. Wish you had werewolf. I'm sure there's plenty more monsters that are going to go and demolish their normal performance. Especially Ice Cave. I'm not looking forward to Ice Cave. There's some trouble in that one. Lit 3 mages? Yeah. They're not going to be so fun in this one. And it's all because of one stupid treasure chest that I have to grab with mages forced. I mean, the rest of it's going to be pretty bad just with not being able to plan the steps around it. And so that's why I think I have to do Ice Cave in 2 parts. Go ahead and get the items here finished off. I don't need any... I should get a couple of cabins for right now. We don't need a ton because we are carrying extra tents over from the previous section. Rub won't be a problem if I do it in 2 parts because I'll be able to get the floater out, get the pro rings, which will let me block Rub, and then go back for Ice Cave Part 2. I don't think I can get all the pro rings, but I can at least block it on my front characters. And that'll greatly reduce the chances of being rubbed there. Thinking I could also warp up through the hole. That might be another good way of doing it. Depends on what encounters I've got around that area. Ace has a shield and a helmet already. He actually just needs a gauntlet upgrade, and he'll be good. Why is it called rub? Because they couldn't use words like kill and death in a lot of old Nintendo games. Holy was also forbidden, so they came up with alternate names for these things. That's why Ruby, or why Holy turns into Fade, and Kill and Death turns into things like Rub and Zap. Well, let me do a randomizer run. I will probably do a randomizer run at some point during the challenge weekends. We've got some stuff to sell. I guess just do the upgrade race. All right. So I get the bucklers. 2 extra absorb for the red mages? I don't think so. I don't think that the 5,000 is worth it. Alright, should be everything. Should be everything. We might end up with enough levels to get a 6-tier spell charge, in which case I will probably want to get Lit 3. I don't think Fog 2 really helps me a lot. Definitely don't think Invis 2, because you can get the white shirt instead. Fog 2 would be interesting maybe for some of the heavy damage dealing battles, but I think my best option is Lit 3 in there. At least this time we don't have to worry all about levels. Normally level 10 is a really big crunch at this point. At level 10, coming out of Ordeals, that gets me the ability to cast Ice 2 in the Ice Cave against the Eye. It's just a nice safety. It makes it so it's a lot more consistent for the fight, because it gives the mages a higher damage alternative. But in this playthrough, I've got level 10 exiting Earth Cave, so we are almost a solid level ahead of what my normal progression is like. Burn off one encounter there. We'll burn off one more encounter before entering Ordeals. This is the same setup I've got for every route, pretty much. Beetle's got a slightly different one that lets him skip one more encounter in Ordeals, but I generally don't have a problem with the setup that I've got with the Fire 2s. It gives me a chance to earn that extra experience that I'm looking for. Beetle's route also requires doing a whole bunch of resets in the water, which I am not very good at. Doing the ones that are completely blind, more or less, for the locations. Nice, lots of mummies. Go ahead and get one of our Fire 2s used right there. You go, Bill. Punch that mummy right in his smug face. Show him what's up. I don't know why the mummies are so smug. It just seems like a general trend. Mummies, wizards. We get a lot of smug enemies in this game. Go ahead, spin around. We're about to get the Zomble fight. 1 to 3 Zombles here. So a good use for our Fire 2s. And you can get Zeus Gauntlet in the northeast room there, but we're not going to. We're going to get Zeus Gauntlet instead on the 3rd floor. That is a linked treasure chest that I'm happy to not need, because it's an extra, I want to say Sphinx encounter, and then also it really blows out the number of steps that you need in this place. The other copy of the treasure chest that has the Zeus Gauntlet is in, like, prime walking path. Two nightmares, let's just run. I've been killing nightmares if it's a single one. Ice 1 does a pretty good amount of damage to them. And with one nightmare, they don't have enough time to really kill you before you can kill them. So it's a little bit of a safer battle than if there's two. There's the Iron Gauntlet I normally skip. Just put Cal on. This might be risky, only doing one mage, but as long as Cal doesn't fall asleep, then we're good. Just want to see Cal go. Come on, Cal. Nice. At least he didn't wait till the very end, like some red mages would, Dan. Ow. All right, we got healing. We got some cure spells. Good, just enough. That works. Why do the bots have turbo? I believe they're just compromised accounts. So it's like normal people that have had their account broken into. Go ahead, do that. Iron Gauntlet was useless. Silver. Yeah, we'll give that to you. And then Dan can take heal staff. We'll put Dan in his normal customary spot. Oh, lovely. 2 zombie Ds. What a delightful end to the way of the ordeal's path. To see 2 of these grinning guys. The zombie Ds, of all the monsters I've called smug, look at that face. Look at that expression. They're laughing at us. They find something about Dan amusing. And I'm deeply offended by that, so we're gonna have to murder them. Another paralysis. Alright, we got him. Good zombie Ds there. Level 11. Ooh. Ace is immune to XXXX, so I can actually leave him in the front for the eye fight. One tail acquired. And we're out of there. Good ordeals. I like that one. That was a nice trip. After Earth Cave and all that other nonsense, Marsh Cave, finally we have a nice simple dungeon. And then we have the Ice Cave. Oh boy, do we have the Ice Cave. I'm going to do the normal path through the Ice Cave, basically get the floater. We're going to do class change and get all the Cardia stuff, and we're going to come back to Ice Cave after that for the rest of the treasures in there. I might even do Gurgu before the full clear out of Ice Cave to take care of some things. I'd love to have pro rings and other nice defensive gear for that trip through there. I gave Dan the Zeus instead of Cal. Alright, I'll fix that. Let's Gonna confuse me to no end. Did the right thing for the weapon, but not for the armor. Speaking of weapons, what do we have to sell? Silver knife. That's really it. Okay, we'll just go and grab the 4th tier spells. We're gonna get Fast and Ice 2 for the mages. There's nothing else that's really exciting right now. We should have enough potions and things. Get 98 heals, 35, 6. Yeah, we're good. We are good. We actually have more supplies than a typical run and one more level. So you get Fast. Ice 2 and Ice 2. Alright, done with those. The especially nice thing about doing Ice Cave in 2 parts is that since that's where you get the floater and turn the airship, the second trip back is actually really, really fast to get to. You don't have to do all this sailing, canoeing, and other ridiculous water sport activity in order to reach the dungeon a second time. We're about ready to get rid of most of our tents here. We should be out of tents. Not right away coming out of Ice Cave and going through the return stretch, but pretty close to it. I want to burn off all my tents and then just have cabins after that. And for most of the speed runs, it's all completely scripted out about where every one of the resets is. So you have a very strict quota for the number of tents and cabins that you have, and that way I can plan out exactly when I exhaust them. This one I had to buy a big stack because of all of the craziness for some of the repeat sections, and so it threw off my count by a couple. Why a black belt? Because I actually need to have room in my inventory to pick things up. Unlike the remakes where you've got a shared inventory, NES has got 16 weapon slots and 16 armor slots. So you have to have characters that are needing less total gear just to be able to grab stuff. By doing the black belt, it means one less piece of gear. He does not have a shield. Only 3 cockatrices. They're not even trying anymore. Okay, they're trying a little bit. They're trying a little bit. That's enough cockatrice. Bill also does punch. He's not very good at it, but he tries his best. And we acknowledge that he is a member of our team. Even though some of us secretly wish he wasn't. I'm not gonna name names, but maybe that was Cal. Cal might have put that in the suggestion box. Do I start fire 2ing for 6 rays? I think we look and see how round 1 goes. With an extra level, I've got a little bit of buffer for the damage I can take before getting panicked. at the floor 3 here. That one's actually a very scary 3 steps, because that is the same map as the bottommost floor of the dungeon, so some of the worst encounters in this area are possible for it to appear in that little stretch. Ow. Ow! There we go. Of course the double frost wolves. So we're gonna Zeus and Fire 2 here. I do not have any extra Fire 2 charges compared to normal, so it's still fairly tight getting through this dungeon in the first pass. We were very worried about the frost wolf damage. That was a good one. Go ahead and grab Flame Sword here. This is not the problem. The other chest on the right-hand side, that is the problem one. We're not going to have a good time with grabbing that one. Just go put that into Ace's inventory so I remember it. Do rods break in this game when used? You cannot use any rods in battle. They have no combat effects. Because that's not true. There's the Wizard Staff, which does cast Confuse, one of the least useful spells overall. Confuse has the property of making the enemies just do a dummy Fire 2 script or Fire 1 script against other monsters, so it's not even like it really helps out with killing them off. What is Zeus? Zeus is a gauntlet, so it is an item that goes into your gauntlet / ring slot. I guess Mage Staff is a good one. Mage Staff is a staff class item. 5 also has rods that break. 5 and 6 have a lot of shared mechanics in them, where even though the storyline and a lot of the character classes is somewhat different, a lot of the game mechanics, 5 had more like crazy stuff to try out, but I think 6 kind of took that formula and improved it. So we are not doing Frost Wolves here yet. We'll come back and grab that treasure chest in Loop 2. Not looking forward to that one. How the power compares to the spells that they do is exactly the same. Spells are independent of who is casting them in this version of the game. In the remakes, they introduced a intelligence stat starting in the GBA version. I should have had Dan punch the wolf there. Yep, it was a mistake. But NES, it's just a fixed range, so regardless of whether it's a monster or a character or like a fighter doing it, it's always the exact same damage overall for what Lit 2 does, or Fire 2, or any other damage dealing spell with variable amounts. My wonderful Arbones. My favorite of friends. Have given us a good time there. A little bit of boning, but we got out there mostly unscathed. We'll have 3 treasure chests here. We're going to have the other 2 on this floor left to grab. Almost everything on the 3rd floor. And then the cloth armor. You guys have used up all your cure 1s. So let's go ahead and just do heal potions onto Ace. 305 is fine. Actually, I don't even need to protect Bill. Bill does not need protection. Ace is immune to XXXX right now because he's got 305 hit points. He could be glanced, turned to stone, but with the amount of damage we can do with Ice 2, I don't worry about it too much. We've got plenty of other ways to kill the eye, even if our fighter goes down. There we go, 1 floater obtained. Right now we'll park that on to Dan. In fact, I can put that there for most of the rest of the stretch. Okay, everybody should be good. Ooh, what a pile of junk. Alright, so Run, Fighter 2, and Zeus. Good news is that Ace has got a very, very high chance of resisting paralysis. Also good news that the Fire 2 killed the Wraith, who's got the most HP here. So once the Wraith goes down, and especially the images after that, the Spectre Geists have so little that they have very low odds of surviving. It could be possible for them to survive, because it does go all the way down to 45 for what the Fire 2 can do. But the lowest roll we got was a 60, which is enough. Do I grab the items here? If I pick up the items, I believe it's a wizard battle is the only thing that is left on this floor, so I can afford to do that. I should be able to take on 1 group of wizards without a problem. It's going to be up to 7, so it's a lot more wizards and a lot more danger than there was in the previous ones, but I don't want to have to come back all the way to top floor again. Heal staff, 10,000 gold down here. Hey, Arcade, welcome in. Glad you enjoyed a lot of the marathon runs, either for games done quick or for RPG Limit Break. And I hope you enjoy the stream here. Tonight we're doing a challenge run. I've got to open up, or at least acquire all the treasure in the game, which is taking me pretty far out of my way for a lot of things, and so I have to do a lot of improv over what you normally see in the speedrun. Okay, you're out of Litz, and Zeus 1 should do it. Ooh, this is going to throw off where I get all my resets outside, probably. I might have to do one more battle in the south here. Let's find out. Yep. Normally I'd skip 2 encounters there. And then 1, 2, 3 steps off. So instead of to the right, it would be there. This is tricky with lining things up now. Okay, normally it would be there. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can do. Miscount it. I thought I could do 1 more. So now I'm only 2 steps off. 1, 2. Yep. So I want to be here, I guess. Still 2 steps off, but that's okay because this is where I get a little bit of bonus wiggle room. So right here will put me back onto the step route normally seen. And I've got the items in the top floor done. So we've got 2 items out of the way on that top floor. Actually, everything out of the way on the top floor. All but 1 item, the cloth armor, on floor 2, and then most of floor 3 to do when we come back to Ice Cave. Ice Cave is such a treacherous place. I'm going to go ahead and class change, stock up with a couple supplies. We got rid of a giant battle that would otherwise be occurring here by doing some of that positioning over in the canoe section. I should probably get the Cardia stuff. There's going to be an extra 2 encounters as a result, but I'm about to go and reset things back to the beginning of the step route anyway. So I can afford to have things temporarily messed up. Also, as is tradition, as we go down Bahamut's very unnecessarily long hallways, I'm getting attached. I'm believing this is the run. This is the run that's going to go all the way. We're beating Chaos tonight. There is no other outcome. And now, class change. That really helps out my Knight and my Red Wizards, but it's made the black belt actually weaker. So when he turns into a master, he stops getting his magic defense growth as fast. I was thinking about waiting to level 14 to maximize my growth there. Level 15 is the first time where I need to get the fighter to be class changed so that he starts getting spell slot growth. But I didn't want to try to grind out 2 levels here with out a really good spot to do it at. I guess 1210. I might have been able to get 1 more. I guess 3 levels I would have needed. Pop that 10 off. So we're gonna go and see if we can grab the treasures in these areas. I believe there is 1 encounter coming up when I go to the other dragon cave. I should be able to skip it, because I remember roughly where it is. This used to be in a very, very old marathon route that I would go and grab the 20,000 gold here at Cardia. I think it's just the 2 rooms. No, there's 3, aren't there? I have to get this one as well. We'll do this one first. This should be coming up where the encounter is. Perfect. Surprised I could get that first one and still have steps to burn. But this is the most lucrative of the Cardia areas, so back when I was trying to get 4 pro rings, I would get the other 20,000 gold I need here. You can either do this or get like Agamas or lots of trolls and bulls and things, but the current round is very tight on cash for the most part. Doesn't have nearly the flexibility to grab such a large amount. And this is probably like 45 or so seconds in the middle of a speed run. There we go. That's the big one. All the wonderful treasures of Cardias are now belonging to Dan. He claims them all in his own name. I'll probably just get an encounter doing this. Go around the bottom side. Yeah, house is not bad. I think that's the best item in all of the ones that are in the other card areas besides the one that's got the 20,000. Yeah, the lovely 10 gold treasure chest there. The remix replaces a bunch of these with recovery items, so I think there's like an X potion and another, it might have been dry ether as well for like GBA and later. Plain old worm. We can take this guy. Get a little bit extra experience. Built to 3 attacks per round. Nice. As Bill levels up, he's going to get pretty good boosts, especially past level 20. I think 21 is what gets him to 5 and 6 attacks. So that's a very good level for the black belts. That's probably around where I'm looking to end the game at. I can't have Bill cast Ruse. Well, luckily we can get the defense sword into his inventory. I think that'll work for the Kraken fight. So you need to sell 2 things. You're going to sell Silver Shield. We'll sell the Silver Shield when we get to Gaia. That can go. That can go. There are 3 Casaroos here. Very tempted to get Cure 1 for Ace as well, but I know that whenever I have that in my inventory for magic use, I will often have the problem of accidentally burning off all of my first tier spell charges before I reach Kraken, and then I'm very sad because I can't ruse at that point. To prevent that unfortunate outcome from taking place, we're not going to buy him Cure 1. Good on heal potions. Drop into the inn, go ahead and get our spell charges recovered. Do I do Gurgu right away? I could do a big chunk of Gurgu. Get my grinding and Agamas done. Doing some strategizing here. Most of Gurgu is pretty accessible. The only area that's a real big slog is the 2nd floor. I could do almost everything else. I would be like 4 encounters, maybe 5 encounters ahead, so hopefully nothing bad on the 5th floor would pop up as a result of doing that. So that might be a nice next step, and then do Ice Cave Part 2 after Gurgu cleanout. Let's try that. So we'll go ahead and set up for the Gurgu Volcano trip. Which means I need to get rid... Oh... 2 houses. It's going to cost me 6,000 gold to do it this way. Maybe we will postpone Gurgu Volcano. Any chance for awful encounters in Sky Castle? Yes, we're going to have some pretty bad ones. We're going to try to avoid the Sorcerer fight. We're going to try to avoid Warmech, and those are the 2 that I most think need to be skipped. But we might have to do some other stuff that I'm not going to be too fond of. Of course, you can outlearn that. We got the spells? Okay, everybody's got Cure too. Just got thrown off a little bit by having Bill on my list. Normally I go all straight down the order and buy all my night spells. It's weird dealing with a different character set than you're normally used to. It's also weird going up here. This is normally when I go to Gurgu Volcano. But instead we're going to go visit the land of Gaia. So we're going to go up to Ordeals to the west, grab our caravan bottle. That way we don't have to come back for a second trip later on. I'm doing this to get pro rings earlier than I would in my normal route. That gets rid of a lot of instant death worries. Okay, that can go. That can go. Your gloves can go. So that's going to be replaced by the pro ring. You're good, and you're good. If you wait a little bit, you can get 2 free pro rings later on in the game. But I'm not going to be that patient. It's a lot of tough stuff before you get to the Sky Castle for that. Actually, does that fix up my inventory? Yes, if we get Oxtail here. Oh, that's nice. Unanticipated bonus. I can do Gurgu Volcano after all. I do not want to get rid of any tents and cabins now, and it'll work out for the positioning of items. By having the extra quest item in my inventory, it's pushed everything over by 1. So normally I would have 1 less row of inventory. And so my heal potions would be in the bottom left with my setup, having 1 house, 0 tents, and 0 cabins. But with the Oxtail there, and you add tent and cabin, that's 3 more items, and so it just pushes everything around one row, and you still have heal potions to the bottom left, which is a really convenient place to access them from. Watch Farm, thank you much for the subscription there. Hope you continue to enjoy the stream in the future, and hope you enjoy your out of bounds bat. He's soft and cuddly, and will occasionally go out of bounds, so keep an eye on him. So we set the encounters back to the beginning. We're going to use a cabin to make sure we still have that tent left over there. We burn off that fight, which is Argoyle. Should probably actually track things a little bit here for Gurgir Volcano going down. We're not doing this floor. We're going to come back to second floor in another trip when I can do this all in one go. Nothing here on this floor. Dan getting a heal staff use, nice. Some MVP points for Dan right there. He healed 3 people in battle, which is a big bonus in his MVP standings. Also, for this playthrough, I'm not going to intentionally kill Dan off. So normally I do that so that Ace, Bill, and Cal level up faster. For this one, I want to have the mages relatively high leveled compared to normal. They're going to have to do a lot more spell casting in the late game. Alright, there we go. Let me plan out this floor now. So we want to grab all the treasures first. Do Agama's at the end. There's only one item downstairs, which is the flame armor. Let me go ahead and take the fights. I'm going to take Grey Worm here. I'm going to take Agama in the upper left as well. Normally I would not do these battles. In fact, Grey Worm I'm regretting. This is a little bit too much defense for this party right now. It gives me less experience than Agama does, so a lot of the Grey Worm battles you'll see me just run from. Yeah, especially Bill. He's not able to do anything on these. Bill needs some more levels. He needs to work out, eat his spinach, and one day he too will become able to wreck some of the monsters. This one's not a trap tile. This one is the random encounter that was coming up next. This is a trap tile Agama. I could afford to ice 2 here a little bit and have Cal and Dan work on the Agama that way, but do I want to get rid of those spell charges? I think it's actually okay. Maybe we'll do the first couple of Agamas like that until we get some better damage on these guys. Hey Neapolitan, welcome in. We do have more challenges planned. I'm not revealing what the challenges are until the night of, so I've given people a couple of ideas about what challenges might be, but it's not going to be set in advance like GBA was. A lot of the challenges could be long enough that it might take more than one night, so I don't want to have the pressure of doing them back to back sometimes. Okay, that should be enough right there. Grab that. Do I take North Branch right away? I think I do. Solo Thief, no class change challenge. That'd be a rough one. I think Solo Thief is one that is not going to be on the list. I did say though that 4 black belts is one of the challenges. We'll do a random party. We'll do another default party run because actually the last time we did default party didn't finish. So I feel like that deserves a run back. Go keep the armor or weapons in Ace's inventory for ease of recollection. Do I need Flame Shield anywhere? I think I can just sell it. Here's our ogre fight. Normally this would be all the way down to the south, so we are probably about 30 steps off of the step cycle already from doing all these extra rooms. We're almost done. We've got another branch off to the east here, making sure there's not going to be anything really bad coming up. I don't like those R-Hydras. It's only one of them, but it's still somewhat unpleasant. Wonderful. The wonderful 10 gold just Fatlow. Thank you much for the host there. Hope you had a good stream before this, and welcome everybody to some Final Fantasy. We're doing a challenge here. I need to get every single treasure in the game, where some of these are fairly deviously protected. So we've got about half of the game complete so far. We've done our class change. We've got a nice entryway here into Greer Volcano. I left some treasures behind in Ice Cave that we're going to go back for after this. But we're making good progress. Hey Badlow, welcome in, and thanks again for the host there. Do I use these Ice 2s? I don't need 4 Ice 2s for carry. Let's have Dan start Ice 2ing. We'll do 1 Ice 2 for Agama, and it'll probably get me up a level before we run out of those. That's right, it's Agama time. We're gonna grind here for a little while to get some levels, and that will help out in the late game considerably. Go ahead and have Cal use his Ice 2 next. We're saving 1 each for Cal and Dan so that they can fast Ace and Bill on carry. Red D doesn't really need it. He's not too tough of an encounter. Good money, but barely more experience than these Agamas are. Also, we finally get to open up this treasure chest up here. It's the wooden staff. So many playthroughs wondering what's in that box. No, it's nothing good. What should I do level-wise? Normally I would come out of here level 15 in the route that has all 4 characters alive. Level 16 when I kill off Dan intentionally. I might do 16 for all 4 and see if that gets me the levels that I want at the end. Ideally, we're looking at 21 for Bill, so that he gets the most benefit from his punching by the time we reach Chaos. Ace, if he gets 21, will have his 4th spell slot, so he'll have all of his spell slots at that point. The mages probably want a little bit higher. I want to say it's like 22 or 23 for the second Lit 3 charge. I might just not get Lit 3 at all. I never get 6-tier spell charges normally in runs, so I don't have like a lot of good spots to use them on. But if we could think of a monster in the late game that would be good to Lit 3, then that would be an option. It's either Lit 3 or like Fog 2. Fog is the spell that gets you additional defense. Normally I'm working on evasion a lot, but Fog 2 would let me get everybody's defense increased by 12, which gets monsters like Kraken who have a lot of hits. You know, it's reducing the damage you take by 100 or so. And I think Toko here a while back asked, what is the default party? Fighter, Thief, Black Belt, and Red Mage. It's very punch heavy and melee oriented. Red Mage, your only caster, is a pretty big restriction in terms of the amount of curing that you can carry around. You're not going to have any of the good spells, and it's a bit of a tough pick as a result. Like, I'm surprised they made that the default. I'm guessing what happened is that they felt that spellcasting was the toughest aspect of the game to get to learn and to be familiar with. So they went with all 3 melee classes, and then the most versatile of the 3 mage classes. But I find, like, if you know what you're doing for spellcasting, it's very powerful to have that second spellcaster. Like, just having 2 life spells is huge. That way, if the life caster dies, you have somebody to back him up. And with the default party, you've got very, very limited access to those. You think it was just because it was character classes 1, 2, 3, 4 in the order? It might be. Like, who knows? Maybe they put no thought at all into it for what the default classes should be, and just said the first 4 classes in order is what you get. Hey, kitty cats, welcome in. We're doing a challenge run tonight where I must open up all the treasure chests, or all the treasures in the game. And I've left some behind in Ice Cave because I'm doing that in 2 parts. Other than that, we have cleared everything up here. I guess we've got a couple on the upper floors of Gurgu as well that I'm going to do post-carry. I basically don't have enough steps in my route to do the 2nd floor treasures. There's a really long stretch in there where you're wandering around through this gigantic maze. And that would completely blow out my route for the bottom. As it is, it's going to be very tight overall. I've got our hydras coming up, and then I should have enough room in the bottom floor to grab the flame armor without too much trouble. Bill, that was a bad hit. Okay, we're going to have to heal everybody up again. Bill is doing not so hot in the HP and survival department. Even though he's got decent gear on right now for a black belt, he just doesn't have nearly as much HP as a fighter does. So being in slot 2, he's just taking a lot of punishment. As we see there, Cap's silver bracelet pro ring, probably the best we can get for him right now. We'll give him max. We wasted 9 healing on Bill from a max value heal potion, but I feel it's worth it. You're proud of Dan today? Dan's done good work. I think that Dan has had one of his best nights ever, with just a lot of solid contributions. He did die on Astos, and that was unfortunate, but luckily that was a do-over, because if Astos rubs a mage, we get a big hole in our experience table, and so I have to go and do it over, but it still counts for Final Fantasy purposes. So there, Bill's doing better damage. I'm liking those. 100 damage on an Agama is not bad. He's beating out the mages at this point, even with the mages having good weapons. You know, Ice Sword, Flame Sword is respectable gear for them at this point. This was a speed run. Encounter 246 would be fairly deep into Temple of Fiends Revisited. Round 260 is where the current run ends. But we've got so much more to go. Looking forward to Skycastle. That one's going to be really tough to route out. I think there's going to be a lot of very dangerous encounters I'm going to have to dodge around. In fact, I might do the classic marathon route and then see if I could get enough extra headway that eventually it would join up with the delays I have. It probably doesn't even have enough steps to do that, but we'll find out where in the step cycle we end up on. Okay, level 14. I think I went 16. That way I get 4 casts of warp, and 4 casts of warp will let me do the backdoor route through Ice Cave without having to do the mage square to get the cloth armor. That one cloth armor thing, that is what makes Ice Cave so dangerous. Like, even the Frosty trap tile, I guess doing the Frosty trap tile twice might be pretty bad, but doing it once is not so hard. The mages, though, absolutely terrify me. We might not have enough heal potions to get to level 16, looking at this rate. We need less heats on the Agamas, because I have to do flame armor downstairs as well. We end up at level 15, then I guess I do the rest of Gurgu, and see if I can get level 16 that way. There is a bunch of fire elemental trap tiles that you have to do as part of the maze. Those things are worth a lot. Not quite an Agama each, but they are a pretty good foe. Oh, I didn't think about this, but I should have done Waterfall as well. Get another ribbon. That would have reduced the fire damage that we're taking here. It'll definitely help with the Ice Cave return trip to have that ribbon. Ribbon and Defender is a nice upgrade for both your attack and your defense for one of your characters. Let's do that. Let's, I guess, end at 15. That way I don't have to worry about running out of heal potions. We'll get 16 through the next couple of things that we check off in terms of our item list. And then we will go back to Ice Cave to clear that out before doing Sea Shrine. Do an eye grind once you hit 300 HP on everybody. That is pretty effective overall. NES, though, I worry a lot about the sorcerers. Sorcerers, mages, frosties. There's so many bad encounters in the Ice Cave on that floor that unless you're very careful about where you are in the encounter cycle, you want to be extremely paranoid about the off-tile randoms. In the remakes, it's a lot easier. Like, especially, you know, being able to save anywhere, having Phoenix Downs and so on makes it so that you don't worry about what could happen on those. This one might not be bad to do that, though. Like, I'll know where I am in the encounter cycle coming back up, and I can do the eye, and then do one last warp to get out of the pit for the cloth armor. Am I using any armor on Bill? Yes. Right now he's got the silver bracelet, pro ring, and cap, which is 24 total. Basically, the way that a black belt works is that he's got either the armor that he's equipped or virtual armor equal to his level. And since right now we're less than level 15, even a single silver bracelet is better than Bill's natural armor class would be. That heat would probably dipping around 20, so yeah, we definitely can't get to 16, I think, safely. But we will take on Red D downstairs. How does a monk black belt calculate damage if he doesn't use weapons? So, if he doesn't use weapons, his attack power and his critical hit rate are based on his level, as well as the number of attacks per round, because it's going to give him an accuracy score. So basically every level of the Black Belt's fist has a built-in value with, I think it's +3 accuracy, +1 damage, and it might be +0.5% critical hit rate. I forget what the critical hit rate bonus is for unarmed Black Belt, but that's basically how the formulas work. What does the 3 points mean besides Agma? So the Final Fantasy Agma probably has gotten 1 ambush, and so we got 3 points that way. It's the most common way for him to score 3. But it's just reading out the stats that we get for those. So this is my last Agama here. We're going to head on downstairs. No our Hydra. Gonna try to take as many lava tiles as possible here. 2 steps away. Our Hydra not a favorite monster of mine, but we got away from him. Black Belt gets almost 1% per level. That is pretty good. For some reason, I thought it was a 0.5%, but 1% is extremely generous for that. He's going to be a critical hit machine if you get high levels on him. For this one, I'll probably end around level 21. So that's roughly what I'm guessing this is going to be at the conclusion. Go ahead and drop some heals on everybody. I'm worried about Red D with this party because we've got 3 people without fire protection. So that hurts. That hurts. When was the last time I used drink on purpose? All the time. I drink in battle from some of these runs as a backup. Just like drink a potion out of somebody. Okay, yeah, I probably don't need to stick that around. Flame Shield will sell for a bunch of cash. Iron Armor is only 400 at this point, which is not much. That's why I didn't want to run my heal potions all the way down before heading down here, because I knew that Red D was going to potentially hurt a lot. Thought it was weird you could drink a potion onto somebody. That's very weird. It's also weird that if you get muted, you can't drink potions. Which maybe they thought the mute spell meant your mouth disappeared or something, but it's a neat side effect. And since mute is so rare in the game, it's not something that you're typically going to notice. Gurnaga is the only monster that's going to mute you. Okay, get the Agama here. This is a random encounter Agama. Next battle is the Cerebus Wizogre fight, which hopefully we're not going to see. That's an unrunnable. It's annoying. And we're almost done with this dungeon, except for the second floor stuff. That one's going to require another trip. Do I open empty chest? No. We only get the treasures, so I don't have to do anything with the linked treasure chest either. Excellent. 1 done. Used up every single heal potion. Exactly 99 heal potions in all of my cure spells. Perfectly planned. Both fighter and black belt jumping the gun here. So we get no fast for round 1. And you think about, oh, why don't I just use some ice spells now? But Carrie is actually not weak to ice. Her weakness is status elements. So it's actually fairly quick to fear her. Hey, Dan, see you later. Dan has decided to take a nap. He is bored with this battle. It's turning into basically ace solo. And that is not what I expected. I was thinking Bill could do some damage here as well. Luckily, she's only got 600 hit points. But Bill's dead, too. This is a good carry. If you got carry on your team, you are you're making some big bucks in fantasy tonight. Hey, Gaming Mandalorian, welcome in. All right, let's go ahead and fix this problem. We lost some people, but we can get them back. Slow does work pretty well. Fear is the funny one to do, because you will eventually run away after landing a couple of those. I think it would be slower, though, than actually just killing her straight up. Actually, no. Yeah, I should do that. We're going to go get that one burned off. We're going to buy more heal potions. Time to restock. We're going to do second floor Gurgler Volcano here. This is going to be the big maze section that I skipped at the beginning. And I should get the warp spell as well, so that once we are done with the maze, I can warp out without having to backtrack to the entrance. A nice game anyway. GBA is a pretty good version. I recommend either GBA or PSP for people playing Final Fantasy for the first time. They're both very good renditions. They have a lot of convenience features to make it easier to be accessible, and a lot more similar in style to modern RPGs as compared to these 1980s ones. Sanford does not have an active team. Well, if you do !FF random, you can get a team that's entered into tonight's Final Fantasy drawing. Anybody that has never played Final Fantasy before, if you do a random, then you get an immediate entry. It only works one time, though. The Japanese 3DS version, I believe, is PSP ported over to 3DS. I have not tried it. I'm thinking about getting it just so I have a copy for investigative purposes. But as far as I know, it's not anything substantially different than PSP. Delightful that you can only buy one item at a time here. This is going to be so good when we go do randomizer, and I can buy at least 10 at a time. Speed up the item process by quite a lot. What's the PlayStation version like, or the PSN version? I believe it's just the PlayStation disc version, which is one of the more similar ones towards the original Final Fantasy. The PlayStation Origins version of Final Fantasy was after Wonder Swan but before GBA, and it did not have MP, it did not have items from later Final Fantasies and so on. It did have an easy mode, so that you could get double experience in gold, and you got way more spell slots, so you didn't have to worry about spell casting too much. And it also had some things like dash and memo save, the ability to turn on the life spell in battle and things like that. Just small stuff. Why not vanilla with randomizer? So my flash cart is an EverDrive, which does not set the RNG properly for Final Fantasy. So if I do randomizer, I can't do encounter manipulation for it, which is kind of a big downside. So even if I didn't have random table shuffled in the randomizer, it still wouldn't work for a lot of the strats I want to do. What does Wonder Swan look like? Maybe we'll do a Wonder Swan run at some point just to show it off again. It's been a long time since I've done a Wonder Swan run. Wonder Swan cannot be streamed at all. there has never been a capture device made for one, so you can only do it in emulator. All right, here we go. Let's plan this out. I think I want to go on the far side first. Go up this way. Wonderful. Our friend Pede. Not Greg Pede, though. Greg Pede's a much better, nicer guy to hang out with. Okay, we get a silver helm here. When's blindfolded? Oh man, that'd be a rough playthrough. The giant iguana combo. We do have an R Hydra coming up, but nothing really super dangerous, it looks like. We got Paralisks, however, the Pearl Ring is going to take care of their squint attack. So no real serious danger there. Oh, there's the cremate. Right in the face. I didn't get warp. Oh well. I'll have to walk out of the first floor. I forgot about that. I was going to do warp at Melmond, and then I would be able to skip out. That probably would have saved me like 6 or 7 encounters. Giant sword for bonus damage to giant monsters if it worked. Giant sword's one of the more intriguing ones, because you do actually fight a lot of giant class monsters at this point. However, there is just not a lot of opportunity for it to really work out. Because by this point you should also have better weapons in general, like the flame sword, the ice sword. Even if you go to Gurgu first, you're still going to get like the ice sword pretty fast. You're going to have the dragon sword, the coral sword, the rune sword, the were sword. Lots of other options that are going to be as good or better. If I do these treasure chests here, come down to the bottom, yeah, we should be okay. I'll just make sure that when I go back out the first floor that we don't have something terrible like gargoyles waiting for us. Two environmentals. I was always surprised they put 2 in this one. Earthmentals, the trap tiles, are limited to 1 only, which is a lot more manageable for them. I guess by this point they thought you had enough combat prowess to be able to take on 2 at once at times. Definitely by the time you get to Sea Shrine, they really throw a lot of very difficult battles at you that are significantly higher for the quality of encounter for the trap tiles. Go down this side. Yeah, we'll do a pretty straightforward route through this. I don't remember where the trap tiles are in this area, but hopefully we won't run into too many. And it looks like, oh man, we're gonna have such an amazing pile of treasure here because you work so hard to get to this spot, and there's like 20 boxes, and it turns out that all of this stuff is junk. Every last bit of it is pretty much worthless. It's a big, big joke. Okay, so let's start ditching armor here. How do I keep track of treasures? I'm just getting them all as I go through dungeons. So as long as you don't skip things, it's not too hard to remember which ones you need to get left over. This one's probably the most worthless of all. Yeah, Silver Shield. That's actually not bad. Go ahead and grab one more Fire Elemental on the way out. Again, we're trying to get level 16, which I've got a couple of things here, and then also Waterfall. And at 16 plus the Waterfall items, I'm going to do Ice Cave return trip. Gargoyle in 3. I wish I had some warps right now. I can go through this one, can I? This will probably get me off the floor in time. Gargoyle in 2. Alright, we're fine. Upstairs, Pete and Sphinx, we'll take those. Neither of those is particularly bad encounters. Weird. I'm so used to the exit at the bottom because that's what happens when you take the altar from Carrie's floor. It puts you one tile to the bottom left. But evidently going out the normal way puts you at the top. Okay, so we got that taken care of. Let's drop things off at, I guess, Melmond. We don't need to revive anybody here. And this is going to be an opportunity to buy my Melmond spells. You can carry up to 16 pieces of gear, 16 weapons, and 16 armor slots. But it's rigidly 4 per character. So you do happen to do a lot of juggling from just trying to stay within those restrictions. Okay, do we have weapons to sell? We do have a couple. Alright, let's get rid of those. Hello, out of my way. Yeah, it's correct that we can sell the silver sword now. We'll drop off these silver gear pieces as well. This is only 1,250 a pop, but might come in handy if I decide to get Lit 3. I think Bill's got some. So yeah, you can get rid of Flame Shield. I shouldn't get rid of Flame Shield because if we go to Ice Cave, it's actually a helpful item to have. Alright. We'll hold on to Flame Shield for a little bit longer. You get warp. Tend to get fire 3 instead of warp for one of the mages, but for right now at least I have to get both of them casting warp to have enough charges. And get cure 3 and life over here. Normally this would be in a separate trip in a marathon run because I wouldn't have enough cash. Alright, we looking good? I think we are. We'll do a totally blind waterfall. I've got no idea where the monsters encounters are going to be. But we need to go and clean this place out for the next stretch. I do want to get rid of a tent. The reason is because we're going to get a cube at the end of this. I'm going to have another quest item. And that'll keep my heal potions in the bottom left if I get one less consumable item and then one more quest item. 16 pairs of gloves, but 100 bottles of potions. That is an interesting imbalance in terms of what your backpacks hold. Fortunately, I just burned off one of my really good Whiz Mummy fights. We'll see how many fights I get into on the way through Waterfall. I'm thinking I might only get 2 battles I can take advantage of. Most of these here in this stretch are going to be just mud galls. I don't want to do it. It's got to be more value. We want more value before doing this. We'll take nightmares. That's 1 Agama worth of experience. Problem is we need like 10 Agamas to get a level up. Level 16 is pretty far away right now. Here's Mudgull. And I'm thinking about taking a quick break, because we are 4 hours into the stream now, and I wanted to see if we can leave you guys on Out of Bounds Bat, giving you the best possible opportunity for Out of Bounds Bat sighting. There he is. Oh, perfect. Look at that. So I'm going to be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Stay tuned, everybody. I won't even put the break screen up so that you don't miss out on any Out of Bounds Bat action. Tell me how he did when I get back. Alright, who took the bat while I was gone? I want to name names. Who took him? I got some water and some granola bars. I'll be snacking a little bit here, so I might have my microphone off temporarily. Gonna try to grind on the trap tile here. Actually, 2 Wiz Mummies might be enough. We're gonna try 2 Wiz Mummies here. I'll have a couple shots at it. As long as it's 2+ Wiz Mummies, we're getting at least an Agma worth of experience. Oh man, Spidey, hope you get some safe passages over the next couple of days. I know a lot of people that are going to be impacted by Hurricane Irma as it comes up the coast. Beyond just like the Florida area, there's a lot of further towns and areas that are going to be hit by it. Alright, there's my off-tile encounter. So not that one's out of the way. Actually, I could have done that through the doorway. That would have been smarter. I could have avoided advancing the step count at all by going through the doorway. Ooh, nice. That's perfect. Well, not quite perfect. Could have been one more Wiz Mummy. One more Ms. Mummy would have made it ideal. This should be 2.5 Agamos or so. So roughly 1,500 experience total. Might only be like 1,300. I know that the estimates I have are a little bit generous for these mummies. Yeah, 1,359. Not bad. Alright, so there we go. Level 16. Everybody except for Bill. Well, I guess Dan didn't get it either. Man, Dan. Kind of need you to get 16 as well. We'll do one more of these then. There we go, another good one. So this version of the game, it actually does prioritize the Wiz Mummies and mummies over the birds. The remakes reversed it, so that it actually puts birds down first, and once you've got 9 monsters in place, it can't place anymore. So it goes from a very nice spot to potentially get some experience to a very, very lousy spot. Like this particular formation on the remakes is just almost always a gigantic sea of birds. Nice. Alright. We are done. We're not done. You guys still not leveled up? Which more do you need? 20. You need 20 more experience. Well, I think we can get that. I think we can potentially get that from this 2.5 Agama value encounter. So Gruger's done. I guess we just need to plan out Ice Cave Part 2 now. So back at Ice Cave, we had done the total top floor. We had not gotten the cloth armor, and that's one of the big ones that I'm worried about. And then we also have the most of the third floor down there, especially the Frosty room. That's going to be pretty rough overall. Is it possible to do 1 short XP per level? Yes. You can come up with basically any amount of experience that you want, assuming that you can get certain characters killed off at the right times and so on. Yeah, I'm going to use the warp spell as a way to avoid having to fight the mages, but I still have to get downstairs, and I have to get in position for it. I'd like to set it up so that I don't have to do a return trip. I could just warp all the way back out. That's what I wanted to get level 16 for, so I would have 4 casts of warp. It's possible, Zipper, that they were one experience short, but it's also possible that they had gotten the experience already. Final Fantasy 1 can only give you one level up per battle. And if you happen to be very underleveled compared to the monsters, you will have enough experience for 2 levels, but it'll only give you 1. And then the next time you do a fight, as long as you get at least 1 experience, it'll give you the next level up. So you'll have that way to catch up. It's like one of the very rare ways that you're going to get experience level up on something like the Phantom fight, which is 1 XP all the time. Anything else I could do to get prepared for this ice cave? I think we got everything. We're still good on heal potions. We got our spells. I think we're as ready as we're gonna be. Right, that set the encounters back to the beginning, which means we go ahead, skip 2 battles here. This is going to set up my normal walk downstairs. So I might not even need. I'll at least know roughly where I am. Actually, I want to do one more. Should be okay. I'll try to advance a little bit further in, and the reason is because I'm not going to get the flame sword, so that's going to throw off some of my calculations here. There's a 1 level per encounter carry with remakes. I believe so for the remakes, but not for later Final Fantasies. So there's, in the future, better engines overall for doing things. There's top floor done. To be safe, I'm going to grab an extra encounter right here. That would have been very awkward if I had gotten that encounter on the bottom floor. That would have turned into mages. We successfully dodged it. Go ahead and get the Frost Giant next. I didn't remember to put the Flame Shield on Ace. I talked about it, then totally didn't do it. There we go. Now he's got ice resistance instead of fire resistance. I guess, well, ooh. What am I more worried about? Am I more worried about... I actually am more worried about petrification, or not petrification, paralyzation on undead fights. So we should do that instead. Let's go ahead and pick this one up. Do I do that now? I think I do. We got the cloth. That one's out of the way. We can fight the eye for some bonus experience here. I think we got some time before the mages happen. So we got one eye in there. Good. Didn't work. That's where it's really risky. Without having 301 or higher on everybody, it's a pretty dangerous thing to go for that. Actually, I guess pro rings are going to make it so it's not a problem. Not a problem. Never mind. We can grant the eye to our heart's content. Till we get a mage encounter, then we're going to be sad. I really wish there was a way to do the eye without having to do an off-tile step. It would make a lot of the versions of the game a lot more fun to route out, because the eye grind, you can go through these guys really fast, and with the pro ring you've got no problem, but in the remakes you have save anywhere as well as Phoenix down, so also really no problem in case he does something nasty. The remakes though, mostly he does lit too. They took away most of his instant death things and gave him a moderate damage dealing spell instead, so he's kind of a very big pushover. But they left him at 3,225 experience, which is really good. No, alright, so mage time. Okay, starting with rubs, but fine. The fire 3 is what we don't want to see, so we're hopefully out of here. Good. Alright, we're gonna do one more. Because next after that sorceress, and I'm not messing around with sorceress. I don't care if there is a minimum of 6 tiles before the next encounter. We're just gonna stop. Ace has stopped. Speaking of stopping. Good thing we got a couple soft potions. Alright, that's out of the way. Let's go and do trap tile next. Good, that's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. And I'm into the normal time that I'd be entering the third floor here. I've missed out on a Frost Giant Frost Wolf encounter that normally my first battle, but I have a pretty good stretch before the next really bad one. We got mages. Ooh, we've got 2 mages before the next sorcerer, so maybe not as many opportunities as I thought. Let's do Frosty first. This is going to be the most dangerous of all. So I want to get this one out of the way. We have to, unfortunately, do this battle twice. Oh, also throw away that cloth. Not worth it, cloth armor. Sure, we got everything. So we got 1 ribbon, 1 flame shield, and the 2 people are just boned. Good. Alright, first Frosty was not bad. Unfortunately, it can be up to 2 of them. That is particularly bad. Oh, you already have flame armor. Never mind. I should just leave it like that. Because he's got fire and ice protection already. So I didn't have to swap the shields around. I wasn't thinking about that. Oh, there's the double. Come on, run. Good. Okay. Get treasure chest and warp. Yeah, but I mean, you still have to do at least 1 Frosty. And I kind of want to save my warps for post getting the stuff here. Or I guess I could go out the normal exit with how close we're going to be to the top floor. So if I did 3 warps here... Is that more walking or less walking overall? Like, I don't want to be on the 2nd floor at all. That's the big one that I can't touch. But I can do 3rd floor for a little bit. It's going to be bad encounters, but not, like, deadly encounters directly. And then 1st floor should be okay as well. Here's another one that really hurts. I'm gonna kill these guys. I think rather than... Actually, no. 2 people trying to run and then 2 people trying to fire too is probably best. That's the trap tile of doom. So that was actually really lucky to have that few Frost Wolves. All of it for like 180. I thought there was 20 for some reason. I guess that is more valuable than I thought. There's our first Frost Giant Frost Wolf down. Who next? Hitting 17. So we're starting to see people tick over there. I guess we'll just take the normal exit. I'd have to count out how the warps would do, and I'd be worried about leaving me on the 2nd floor at some point. So that Frost Giant's down. So it's Arbone as the next encounter after the Frost Giants, which is not a problem on the 3rd floor. Top floor, Wizards and Race. That's also not a problem, so we're done. Got the treasure chest, there's nothing really that can block us from exiting. Smooth sailing. And done. Alright, so everything now up to this point is complete. We've got Sea Shrine, Mirage Tower, Sky Castle, and Temple of Fiends left. We're knocking these off. We're doing good. Did I use any heal potions there? I did not. So we can do everything at Onrak. We'll hit the weapon armor shop there to clean out our inventory a little bit. And I'm planning to do Mermaid Floor area, Warp Out, and then do Kraken's Floor as a separate trip. Because I've got a bunch of extra walking I need to do, so I can't do it all in one pass. Wonderful. Unrunnable encounter. Bill's getting pretty good. He's not quite great at punching things, but he's definitely improving. I think that pretty soon that Black Belt is going to be into a fairly good territory. Nice, level 17. Again, I think it's level 21 where he really gets the next multiplier. So that'll be a very big increase for his power. Ow. Bill's fine. He's seen worse. Uh, 180. Okay, Dan does get healed up all the way. We'll burn off one encounter to get rid of Naga. I don't have the right pattern to get rid of the Wizzahags, but that'll be fine. Do I need any items? I can get those on the way out. Weapons and armor we do need to fix up. This is the place that doesn't have a weapon and armor shop. Never mind. You know what? I don't really need the money. We go ahead and throw away stuff we don't really need to pick up. So we've got Silver Gauntlet can go. That'll at least give me a slot to start grabbing things with. Hello, spooky ghost mermaid. Will you let us into your little sea shrine? So get the ghost shark. Ooh, there's another Naga coming up. I forgot it was 1 and 3 after power on. Maybe I should have burned off more encounters. I do not like the Naga fight. It is unpleasant. Actually, might be able to slip around here. If it's a long walk to the next encounter, I might be able to grab this without having to do it. These are all safe squares right here, along the inner edge. Safe square down to here, and then you could walk around the back side. Maybe that'll be close enough. There's the stairs, come on. No, there's a Naga. Chance to strike first. You know what? We're gonna be greedy. We could just run and leave this Naga alone, but no, we are gonna punch the Naga really hard. Do I have a cheat sheet for the encounter table? I've got some routing programs I've made that help me plan out the encounters. And then for the treasure chest, I'm just using maps to make sure I don't miss any. I'm going to do... What's the rest of the order here? There's nothing really bad coming up. Let's just go and do a complete sweep. So we're going to start with the opal armor. Ghost Shark, Big Eye there. One of the best monsters in this place. 2.1 Agwa's worth of experience. Maybe even 2.2. Could be a little bit on the high side for that. We do have the big central area. I don't think I can get away with skipping the walk back there. Yeah, I think we have to go ahead and take that. Actually, I should put on the opal armor here. Got better absorb rating than the Icer Flame Wheel by 8, and I don't need any fire ice resistance. This one's the annoying one. This one's actually locked by the Mystic Key right there. One of the few very late game treasures that is blocked by it. Nice. 20 gold. Just what I was looking for. We need to get the light axe and the mage staff here in just a second. Okay, let's go ahead and double ice too. No real worries about using these because we got full recovery in between the two halves. Light Axe casts Harm too, which I've never found particularly useful. It seems like it'd be so good. Like, you imagine that this is going to be the thing that actually gets used all the time with how many undead monsters there have been up to this point in the game. But undead really stopped showing up for the most part. You've got Ghost in here. You've got Zomboul on the way to Lufania. A couple of vampires and Wizvamps and Zombies, but they're not nearly as common as they were before. And Harm 2 was also just not as good. Harm 2 is less powerful than Fire 2, and you've got so many better options usually for dealing with monsters. Surprised I didn't do the ice cave cleanup last. So I'm trying to do the dungeons as compactly as possible. If I left everything for the very end, like just do a normal speed run and then come back, it would probably be much faster because I could do those, just blitz right through them without worry. But this is more interesting for dungeon exploration, to go and do it pretty much as they're coming naturally. Here's our last little bit. All right, we are done with that stretch. Here's where I'm gonna have to start throwing stuff away. That's gonna be the opal, so I can get rid of silver armor there. That's gonna go on to Cal. Did I put the... Did I put the gold on a Bill? That gives them a really big imbalance over Dan's defensive posture, but Bill's going to be hit much more often. I think we'll leave it. Okay, we can throw silver helmet away. That'll free up our next spot. Hello. Mermaid's blocking my path. I'm used to bats doing that. This is the first time I've been blocked by a mermaid. We'll go around to the left first. Opal shield. Do I have any use for that at all? There's another one in Sky Castle if I pitch this one. Actually, where would I use the ice and flame shields at this point? Is there anybody in Sea Shrine with those elements that I'm worried about? I don't think so. So I could get rid of those now if I wanted to. Pitch flame shield. Other RPGs you have to fight the mermaids, that would be so cruel. They're just trying to have fun in their underwater little town. Go ahead and grab our slab. Opal Gauntlet immediately gets thrown away. So we've got Pro Wings for everybody. Opal Gauntlet is worse than Pro Wing in every respect. And it's a night-only piece of gear. So other than maybe the cash value for it, in fact, cash value, is that better than an Ice Shield? It might be. I think I want to throw away Ice Shield and sell the Opal Gauntlet when we get back to a town with an armor shop. There's the Opal Helmet. So now you're decked out. Back on first floor. Curse Shark's here. Ooh, Naga next. Well, what we can do is burn off one encounter, then come back in. I'm not going to be able to get the other treasure just on the other side without a Naga fight. I'm going to stick to my principles. No Nagas. Or as few Nagas as possible if we can make it happen that way. You're done with warps. What was Opal and Famicom? It was Diamond. You know what? I've got 200,000 gold. I've got nothing to spend, really, for any of this stuff, so it's okay for me to throw away more armor pieces. We'll go ahead and drop the flame mail here as well. That gives Bill a slot to pick up a ribbon. Burn off one fight. Get rid of that Naga at the start. We're heading back into Sea Shrine for the trip down to Kraken here. And again, forgetting that Naga is the third encounter as well as the first encounter, so we'll probably run into an additional Naga. Unplanned Nagas. That's part of the reason why I wanted to grab this treasure chest. If you didn't have to fight, or didn't have to go over here, you probably wouldn't get a Naga fight. There's Lit 2. That is why we do not fight Nagas. And the fun thing is that Naga only has one spell in her spell list, so every time she picks spells, it'll be Lit 2, Lit 2, Lit 2, Lit 2. It's pretty bad for a lot of purposes. What do I have to do with next? The problem with some of these routes is it does take me into ghost territory. I want to make sure I do have people set up for that. With 3 casts of fire too, ghost should go down pretty fast. What would I do for arrangement there? So you've got Mage Staff. I guess you've got Light Axe. So we could do Light Mage, Fire 2 if we were really, really in need of ghost killing in a hurry. And if you got Fire 3, then that's actually a really good spell. Because Fire 3, if it rolls very high, will kill a ghost. And then certainly a Fire 2 will clean them all up. As opposed to having to do like 3 or 4 of these and still be kind of borderline in some cases. Grab these 2 mostly useless treasure chests. We're stretched here right now, which is mostly going to be sea snakes, lobsters, and sea trolls. There is a water metal coming up if we get caught on the wrong floor. But I've got my Ice 2 charges recovered, so we've got several casts of Ice 2. We only need to have 1 left at the Kraken battle to be able to fast people. Lobster with Death Touch, that sounds fun. Especially when they come in large packs and have an elevated ambush chance. I'm looking forward to things like wolves with Toxic. Ass with Poison. Poison the skill, not the status element. What order do I want to do these in? Probably the bottom right first. That one seems like the obvious close one. I guess if I'm doing all the treasure chests, I could just go in a circle. If it was just the bottom left, which is what's got the Giant's Club in it, I could skip a lot of the ones that are otherwise nearby. Trap tile unavoidable in this one. In the remakes where you can walk one extra step into the little edges of the rooms, you can often bypass a lot of the trap tiles that were placed out in the NES version. There's Giant's Club. So you can see how there's this right edge. It looks like you might be able to walk there, but nothing happens if you try to press to the right. In all the remakes, those get opened up into more areas. See you later, Giant's Glove. You do nothing. You're worse than useless. You give people an illusion of hope. And then you break it. You break their hearts. It's coming up on level 18 now. Feeling good about the levels. Like, we should be on pretty good pace for 20 by the end. Maybe 21 without doing too much extra work. There's another light axe. Sea troll lobster. I want to say this was a stretch with like a lot of sea trolls in a row. Oh, somebody's poisoned. I recognize that sound anywhere. That was Dan. It was only Dan. Okay, you cannot get through there without hitting that trap tile. So we're going to have Gershark Wizzahag trap tile here coming up. We'll have to do it twice with the way this is positioned. Okay, go ahead, put that onto Dan, most likely. Would I ever want to have Bill better protected there? I don't think we need it. We'll get Bill his ribbon when we get to Sky Castle. Good Zeus, Dan. Good Zeus! This is the trap tile I grind on in GBA. If I happen to get here and be short on my level for Hilaga, since Hilaga is a really critical spell in that one, and it's a pain in the butt to get back to Onrak if you don't get it right away. This is like my absolute last opportunity. And it's 1 to 2 Gersharks plus 0 to 1 Wizzahag, so we're lucking out getting the Gersharks with no hags. But even if you get relatively poor versions of it, it's good. It's going to give you, on average, like at least an Agam and a half. So sea troll lobster is good. I think that gets rid of the water until that would be corresponding to this. And then we'll have probably another water until before we can exit off. We're in a fairly good range right now for Sea Shrine. This is very close to what I would be doing in a normal run. Lobster, troll, and then water mental. And then more lobsters if necessary, but I don't think we'll be on the floor that long. Probably should have healed Bill. With how much damage lobsters can do, that would have been perhaps a tough battle for him. I think you can start dropping Cure 2s. Actually, you can definitely drop a Cure 2 because you're going to have Zeus in the Kraken battle. There we go. And 207. I think we do drop another Cure 2 on Bill. I'd be a little bit nervous about him doing water mentals. He's going to take a lot of damage compared to what a knight would at that point. Only one. We get all worked up for nothing. That's not heal potions. There we go. Alright, Kraken time. This one should be a pretty good fight. We're a couple of levels higher than normal. And even though we don't have our second knight, I think that Bill's punching should do enough damage. Let's find out. And maybe not. He's only getting damage on crits. I was hoping he'd have enough punch power to overcome Kraken's base defense, but it looks like he can't. No, you go ahead, Zeus. You're gonna go lit 2 every round. Big hits there, alright. Oh, big hits on Bill. 303 is somewhat merciless, but luckily Kraken does not have too much else besides his physical that's going to be really threatening. So Bill can potentially hang on in there. That's right, spread the love around, Kraken. Got him. Siege Reign's done. We got Mirage Tower, Sky Castle, and Temple of Fiends left. What am I doing on items? Got up to 4 of those. Need a couple more cabins. A few heals to replace the ones we used on Kraken. Oh, cannot carry anymore. All set. So we are done here. Nothing left for this area of the world. Maybe I should have taken a 4 troll battle. That was a pretty good fight in terms of experience. How'd I get so much cash? Because we've done everything in this game. We've opened up every single treasure chest. Maybe we'll put some healing on Bill. We got some Cure 3s. No, he's fine. Down to visit our old friend, Dr. Un. Everybody knows who he is. The leading light of Melmont. Who all Melmont aspires to be like. If we don't have enough cash, we're going to go ahead and start taking out some of these weapon armor pieces that we don't need anymore. So, Flame Sword, that can go. Wizard Staff can go. I'll hold on to Light Axe just in case it really happens to come in handy, but I don't think it will. And then you guys are good. Weapons are way less constrained than armor. Armor, you're like always full on. Okay, we can sell Opal Gauntlet. We can sell the Ice Armor. And then, that's it. Unless I want to sell Zeus Gauntlet. I'm kind of reluctant to. Maybe I should get some value out of it. But I think what's going to happen is I ended up just throwing stuff away. By the way, that's a glitch that ribbon breaks the display in the shop menu. The reason is because it's got an extra space at the end of it. So it actually draws out the space, which overwrites the border of the menu. We are all set there. Level-wise, you guys are 18. You're pretty far from 19. If it happens to be that we get a 6-tier spell slot, I might go pick up Lift 3, but it's looking like it's going to be very late in Temple of Fiends for that to happen. Nice! Tyro Steaks. We've almost exhausted all of the Agam meat. We have to go out hunting for Tyros now. You need to feed the poor populace of Lufania when we get there. We're gonna have a big barbecue. Everybody gets a Tyro steak and some ribs. There are no side dishes. Dan tried to make coleslaw, it didn't work out. It was tragic. He used some of the poisonous party mix and the poisonous nachos in it. It was just not good. Alright, so if you got Fire 2, Fire 2, Fire 2, we can potentially harvest a little bit of experience off of these guys. Coleslaw is actually really easy to make. It's one of the nice go-to side dishes you can have for a party. Coleslaw is like only a handful of ingredients, and you can get the cabbage pre-chopped now, like those like pre-chopped coleslaw mixes. So all the cabbage. Might want to throw some more carrots in because I think that they go very heavy on the green cabbage, but you can use that as a base. It saves a whole bunch of time. You want to see Dan make butter toast? He burnt the flan. Get it all slimy and mucky and scummy. I used to be really big into Subway, and then I just feel like the quality of vegetables went way down. I don't mind the bread so much. I know people complain about the bread, but it's like, it's still decent. The meat, it's like whatever. The vegetables, though, it really bugs me that you get these really tasteless and poorly chopped vegetables, like just like really oddly shaped slices and things for like green peppers and onions. It's like very, very lack of, I don't know what the word is, but maybe like just caring about the preparation. And so they used to be like really into making this is like the perfect sandwich, but now it feels like it's just kind of slopped together, and so like I just don't enjoy it as much as I used to. Oops, that's not so good. This is why you don't fight sandworms. Sandworms are terrible. Calendan gets some experience. Can sandworms ever be sick? No, they're not part of any of the routes that I would have planned. Sandworms are pretty awful monsters. It's the same crack ability that Chaos has right there. Dan lives because he's got a ribbon. Cal and Dan are both protected from crack. They've got earth resistance thanks to the ribbons, but the fighters are not going to have that ever in the game, so they are just kind of out of luck. Let's go fix everybody up again. So we basically need to be within 180 health of max to let our houses and cabins work. There we go. This will be the first trip through Mirage Tower. I basically want to do it backwards. So this is an older marathon route. This is the one that we used at Awesome Games Done Quick 2017 for this. Going through this stretch and then returning to the bottom floor to pick up the items after you pick up the ones in the central area. Sandworm ate the coleslaw. Oh man, that's a tragic ending to it. The noble sandworm was destroyed by a side dish. Ooh, and we get vampires too. So we've got a mage staff there on Bill. Gives me a free extra fire too. Damn, one shot. Almost 3 one-shots on vampires. That was a seriously toasty fire too by Dan right there. He's learning. That's how he burnt the toast. His fire 2 is that powerful. I can't believe he didn't burn the house down. And we get another pack of guards. Nice. So we get some very good value out of this vampire guard start. Sadly, the Cerberus and the Catmen not nearly as lucrative to take on. Alright, so far we're good. Don't hit 19 as well. Yeah, maybe 21's not going to be that hard to get. There's some good experience here, and I'm going to be in Sky Castle a lot longer than normal to get up all the treasure chests. So that'll definitely be a lot of experience upstairs. Hey, Soldier Rock, welcome in. Alright, so the best way to do this, I guess starting on this side and go around. There's my Thor hammer. And get my Sunblade as well. Final one, Dragon Mail. So there's really nothing I could do with Opal here. So just gonna go ahead and pitch that. Weapon-wise, I kind of want Ace to stick with defense for right now. See what his accuracy is like. Yeah, definitely he's gonna stick with defense because Sun would drop him down a breakpoint. Dan and Cal. Let's see, does this drop you down a breakpoint, Dan? I think Sun is better than Ice. Yeah. Okay, so Sun's better than Ice, but worse than defense in terms of accuracy. That's a nice upgrade for him. Hey, Hey, Silverfire. Thank you much for the host there. And welcome in. We're doing some fantasy Final Fantasy with a twist. This is a challenge run to get every single treasure in the game. I think I want to have... If Cal's got Zeus right now, I guess we can put Thor on Dan. Save him some spell charges that way. We leave Bill with Mage. Alright. Back downstairs. Let's do all the treasures inside here now. You don't even know what the treasures are for? Well, luckily, you'll be able to see all of them here. We did all treasure chests for GBA as well, but in that version, it's going to replace some of the treasure chests in the NES version with consumable items, because those were introduced in GBA, and so they went back and sprinkled those out throughout a lot of areas. Make sure I don't miss any in here in the middle section. This one's generally pretty compact. Snag that. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Right, if I do this, Nightmare double Badman. So you can have 1 to 2 Nightmares plus 1 to 2 Badmen. Normally you'd only do this fight if you got 2 Nightmares and 2 Badmen, because then it's worth a good amount of experience. The Badmen worth only half an Evil Man. Why did I pick a black belt? Because the black belt needs less armor, and that's my most constrained bucket of stuff. So you're very quickly going to run out of spots to hold for armor pieces, and it's nice being able to pick them up without throwing away something really essential to your character class. I mean, in theory, the black belt could go naked. He's not going to because of the crossover for that not being until pretty late in the game. Like, it would be somewhere in the mid-30s, I think, for when it would make sense to do it. But he doesn't need, like, he doesn't have a shield, and that gives me 1 free armor slot to work with compared to a knight. There's our Aegis. I would love to keep that heal helmet for Temple of Fiends. I don't think I can swing it though. Basically, that would mean having Ace wear the heal helmet instead of the opal. I mean, I guess it's only a drop of 2 for your armor class. Actually, speaking of drops, I know. I mean, we'll get the ribbon for Bill. We'll get the pro cape for Dan. I think if I get the black robe, that would replace the Zeus gauntlet in terms of utility. So maybe we could hold on to the heal helmet for right now. Yeah, the cap will become the ribbon, so that one is already pretty much accounted for replacement. But since Bill doesn't need a shield, we don't have the opal shield pickup in there as well. Oops. Damn, it swapped with Bill for some reason. So you want to use weapon and then Zeus. There we go. Do you have to give up the encounter manipulation to get all the chests? Yep. So this is pretty blind for a lot of the routing. I try to get the best routes that I can come up with in a short amount of time, but I'm not going to spend, like, 15 minutes staring at it. It's like, make a decision, go for it, and hope it works out for the best. Go enjoy the Gasties. I will not get any Gasties. At least I don't think I will. The start of Temple of Fiends is pretty easy. You have to pick up 2 extra treasure chests on Phantom's floor, and then you're through at that point. I guess I could even harm to him, but I think the mage staff plus 2 thunder items will be enough. Might enjoy some iron golems. That is true. I just want to avoid sorcerers and warmacks. That's the 2 that I need to worry about in this place, and then sorcerers and Tiamat's floor. I might try to skip watermentals and Tiamat's floor as well. Those are pretty nasty. We've gotten some ridiculously good luck. Like, every single one of the guard vampire battles was like a 4 or 5. That is just disgusting. Do I have to convert the adamant to Excalibur? I'm going to go ahead and do that. I mean, it's an upgrade for Ace to get Excalibur over the defense sword. So there's no reason not to pick it up. Double HP on watermentals. That is not fun. I mean, they're tough enough with Ice 2. I guess if you had Ice 3, maybe you could do a stronger pack of them. But that's a pretty high-level group to have a bunch of Ice 3s thrown, at least in the base game. There we go, Blue D. Only time we see him. We're not going to get the random 1 in 64 Blue Ds in this. Alright, let me think about Sky Castle now. I need to at least plan out where I want to do the Order of Beast from. And I guess we do have Bane Sword first. Try to get some extra experience here. I guess if I warp as much as possible, could I stay relatively close to step route for a lot of this? It'd be 3 warps here, like another 4 warps upstairs. That's too many. I've only got 6 casts. Might be better to save a life spell for trying to tackle a group of wizards or a group of sorcerers or something. We're muted. No. What are we gonna do now? We can't use Ace's spells in combat. No Cure 2s for us. No ruses. Well, let's at least work on it. So we're gonna try to reduce our step count as much as possible here. We already had the 2 Granaga Airs. Yeah, we're gonna burn through this so fast. If it was only like 1 or 2 floors, maybe I could make it work out. But having to do 3 really sprawling floors, I think is gonna just blow up my step route too much. Nice. A heal potion. Just what I needed. Take our Medusa fight, so Mage Staff probably the best choice here. Although Bill's the only person that could get petrified, so maybe he's not the best choice to be using the Mage Staff. soon, though. Soon we will have our ribbon, and then Bill will enjoy Gurmedusa free experiences. Go ahead, throw that one away. Let me lose a warp off of you. That one may not have been a great use of warp. That one might have been one I could save. I guess just go around the side for 3, warp up, do the other side for 3, and then pick it up after that. I think I want to do this side as well because it's a little bit less of a complex shape for the adamant room versus the white and black robe room. Gauntlet can go. Why do I rotate my people? Because I want to know who's got what spell slots and what items in their inventory. And so I use ABCD order to make it so that I could put them back into a predictable sense. You're going to have, every time somebody get poisoned or petrified or anything like that, your party reshuffled, which is kind of an annoyance. They took that out in the remakes. Okay, there's our other opal shield. That one can go. We get our ribbon next. That's gonna go ahead and replace Bill's cap. There's the Gurnaga fight already. Looking at my steps, trying to figure out a spot where I can avoid war mechs, as well as avoiding sorcerers. I'm willing to take mancats and medusas. Like, I'm gonna bend for that. But I will not take sorcerers. Do I want white robe over heel helmet or Zeus gauntlet? Definitely keeping the black robe. I think that's a pretty valuable item. I think heel helmet can go. I don't actually use that overly often. Actually, it's gonna go anyway, because we got Pro Cape upstairs. That's gonna replace white shirt, definitely. And we'll throw Zeus after that. I think by the time you get that, you'll have enough good stuff that you don't really need that Zeus gauntlet anymore. Yeah, I can't really justify the white shirt, though. It's helpful in the Kraken 2 battle, and that's really about it. Hey, Dragonfire, welcome in. So we should have our eye next. Another Evil Man Nightmare. Like, the fights on this floor are really good. You get a ton of experience for it, but the problem is that Warmech is looming. The Warmech window of opportunity closes, and then you've got a problem at that point. Well, is this the night we're going to get nuked? Is this the first time in a speedrun where nuke happens? It does not. The 3 and 4 chance saved us. We had a 25% chance with Evil Man going first there of nuking us, which would have been pretty unpleasant. One adamant obtained. Okay, do I stay for the Man-Cat Medusa fun on 3rd floor or not? I mean, I think if I'm this far into it, I gotta kind of commit to either taking this battle, which maybe it's gonna happen anyway before the teleporter. No. Alright. Man-Cat Medusa buys me some steps. Is it worth it, though? I wish I had that warp spell back. I nearly need 2 on this next section. I guess I do have 2. Oh, this was more steps than I thought. I was hoping that it would be like 1 step away, and then I wouldn't feel bad about burning that fight off. I can only burn 2 encounters on the next floor, and then that's my best opportunity for avoiding Warmechs. Actually, no, I might be staying on that floor for a while longer. Alright, I think I got a plan. I think I got a Warmech-less plan. We can be here on the 3rd floor for a while. It's okay. Okay, Berwin goes there. Manicore fight. So we have Fire Hydrant, Whiz Vamp, Manicore, and then another Man-Cat Medusa that I want to avoid. But I can avoid that upstairs on the 4th floor if I'm in a good spot for it. The Fire Hydrant ambush. Fire Hydrants are not that mobile. Like, how would you actually be ambushed by a Fire Hydrant? I would think that they would be conspicuous. Easy to dodge, easy to avoid. I no longer want to take fewer steps on this floor, because we have to delay quite a lot for Warmech. After this upcoming Warmech, there's not enough room to get through without the follow-up Warmech, so I have to go through both of those. And I either take the battles on this floor or on the 4th floor, where generally they're tougher encounters. Alright, see you later, Zeus. You did good work this round. But I need that cloth armor really badly. Throw that trash away. Why would you put cloth armor at this point in the game? It makes no sense. I should have had Bill Maid Staff here. Probably would have been more effective than a punch. Yeah, at least 10 gold you could spend all that. Cloth armor, you only get 5 for selling it. Half the value. go check out the window. We never get a chance to see this thing. This is the clue that you have to go to Temple of Fiends after the final fiend is beaten here. We need to burn the encounter here. This gets rid of a man-cat Medusa fight. So we're gonna get another eye battle here. We got one more treasure, and it's near where the stairs are, so you can't even warp to save time after this one. That's settled. All of the treasures in Sky Castle are done. Temple of Fiends, the last one to clear out. Where do I want to go my entry point on? I think I'm okay with taking the man-cat Medusa, to be honest. That's a war mech upstairs, so that's what we were delaying for. And now I need to get across the 5th floor before the next war mech happens. Oh, that's a lot of man-cats and Medusas. This is why I hate this fight. Not as bad as Sorceress, at least. We are getting wrecked. These are monsters from Ordeals. Alright, that was fun. A delightful tickle. What's their fire 2 percentage? I believe 50%. We got absolutely rocked by it, though. To be fair, we got 6 favorable guard vampire guard battles in a row at the start, which is also a 50% coin flip. So it came up in our favor 6 times in a row, and it came up against us 6 times in a row in the same dungeon. Look, we don't want the nachos. Just saying we're going to send the nachos back. Quit giving us the nachos. Time for T-Mat. Fast. Fast and Bill actually might not be even effective. We've got Maybe his critical hit rate's enough that he can get a hit in every once in a while. Kind of worried that Bill is not going to help us out here as much as a knight normally would. But it begins. Will Cal figure out how to use the Bane Sword? Cal used the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Yeah, Bill doing 100 in a punch is not bad. So 1,000 health versus the Bane Sword. Bane Sword's ineffective. Ooh, actually Bill's not bad at all. I'm liking the crit rate. I think the critical hit rate on the Black Bow's enough that that's what's making him useful here. In terms of base damage, he's not great. But the crit rate and the number of attacks per round is making up for that. At least on these bosses. On a regular encounter, it doesn't help as much. Cal use the Bane Sword? It's ineffective. Cal used the Bane Sword again. Poison Smoke! All of that work by Ace and Bill squandered. Wasted at the last second by Cal. Just to be a jerk. He didn't have to do that. I should be able to get a Tyro Wyvern here. There we go. Temple of Fiend's done. We need to restock on heal potions. We need to get Excalibur forged. And the true temple begins after that. All the preparations all set. One last stake for the road. We're hungry. We're starved after how long we've been doing this. The heal potions do I need? About 20, alright. We do have our one slot for the Pro Cape pickup. And then once I get that, I don't think there's anything else. That works out. How do you find out that Tiamat's female? There's two things. There's Dungeons and Dragons, which is what all the stuff is stolen from. So you just look it up. The other is that in the remakes, when it does the theme music, there's a different set of themes for the female fiends versus the male ones. Where are we from these levels? 10,000. Might be tough to get level 21 in time. Oh, you guys do have 6-tier spell slots. What do I even use Lit 3 on? Do I get Lit 3 or Fog 2 or just ignore it? I've got a spell slot. I'll get another spell slot next level for 6 tier. Is there any point? Like, is there really anything I could do with it? The toughest monster that I might run into is Water Metal. And he's weak to ice, not lightning. Get Fog 2 instead? I could maybe Fog 2. 2 Fog 2s and 2 Ruses in round 1. How many houses do I have left over? 4 houses still. All right, we need to get rid of those. That will not do. Yeah, you have to get rid of houses, not cabins. All right, that shouldn't be hard. So by popular demand, we'll get Fog too. I'm not an expert at using this, but we'll try it out. Seems like a fun idea. And Fog 2, without Ruse, reduces Kraken's attack by 100 each time you use it. Maybe we'll get some Lit 3 as well, just in case it comes in handy. Or even in... Let's get everything. We got so much cash. Just gonna buy all the spells. Except for Exit, that one sinks. I was thinking about using Exit, but I really want to do Temple of Fiends in one go if I can. I think Frosties might be weak to lightning. I remember seeing that somewhere. And maybe I lit 3 the Frosties if I have to do an extra encounter. But I might test it out here just to make sure that Lit 3 does work on Frosties nicely. Okay, so you want to get Excalibur. Sucks I have to leave you in the first slot. That's a lot less convenient for a lot of the things I do. Defense... I guess I can put Defense and Bane Sword together on you. I don't even want to put Bane Sword and Mage Staff together. Those are both really good items. Yeah, maybe like that. You guys will have the junk weapons down here. So we get a little bit of experience. Chimeras, we want to have ice on. Who's got the black shirt? Not you. Do you have the black robe? No, of course not. Alright, so you go and punch. You're gonna ice 2, and I guess Dan must have it. There it is. We get some free ice 2s from that. If you don't have ice, lightning is probably your best choice on these guys, but it'll take a lot longer. Ice is their weakness and also has a higher base attack power than Lit 2 does, so it is a pretty effective clear spell for those. If you get lucky, 2 Ice 2s kills them without a fighter or another assistance character. But in most times, you need at least a little bit of extra damage. Good hits there. Good hits. You need about 10 to 12,000 experience depending on the character for level 21, I think is going to be the ultimate level that we'll end up on. At least for the mages. The fighter and black belt might get some extra experience thanks to Lich's floor. With Gurmaduses there, although I could try to just run from them rather than getting them. There is a benefit to having a fighter go up a little bit higher. I guess a black belt as well would get a little bit of a bonus from that. let's see where we are at first level there. I'm probably going to do a little bit of a second loop here, seeing as nobody's gotten the level up. You guys need 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, yeah. Oops. So used to it that being warped there at the bottom. Do a second loop to make sure everybody's set up. 5,000 is pretty easy to get in one of those. Go ahead and just do Chimera, perform, Chimera again. You can stay in there. The second floor is better after that initial stretch. It'll start giving you Chimera Chimeras, and occasionally a Frost Giant, Frost Wolf, but generally much better encounters than you're going to have on the first floor for a while. Nice big pack of these guys. Alright, so Ice 2. Maybe Bill should have taken that black shirt. That we would have 3 Ice 2s per round on the Chimeras. It's a very short-lived thing, though. There is only one other spot in this entire dungeon where that's going to be helpful. Actually, we're going to get a Pro Cape for the Mage anyway, so I guess they do need to free up that slot. That'd be another good battle to use the Fog 2 or the Invis 2 on, is the Water Mentals. Those things are pretty rough. Though generally they don't hit an enormous amount of times per round. Let's double you up with Bill. Ace with Excalibur has got a pretty big lead on Bill again. Temporarily, the fighter kind of topped out in terms of combat prowess, because Sun Sword and defense, there's like a big gap between those and like the very high-end swords. But once he's got Excalibur and then Masmuin, he will rocket ahead in terms of damage. Okay, Cal gets his level. Dan gets his level. Alright, so Ace and Bill next. Maybe I go in 2020, 21, 21. Let's do this. Just for extra excitement. We will defer Ace and Bill's level up here to increase the suspense. Hey, Vap, I'll pick him in. Just getting ready for the triumphant descent into Temple of Fiends. I do need to pick up some extra stuff, though, so this is going to really throw off my step route quite a lot. And we're going to see if I can figure out a way to get through Kraken, Tiamat, and Chaos after the setup that's required for it. That was the short one. This should be the long one. And then we'll be all set. Going in at the normal time for Marathon route on Zombies here next. There we go. Only time zombies appear in the entire run, right here. I guess technically tonight we had some zombie ghoul fights as well. We had to do Marsh Cave twice and they show up in that area. The annoying Frosties. Come on, don't kill us. There you go, good start. We did not get wrecked in the first battle. Will you see Sorcerers, Zombies, or Iron Gull? I would say Sorcerers is the worst of those by far, so we're going to avoid those. I would not mind Zombie D Whizvamp too much. Iron Gull, probably, I also wouldn't mind too much. I think we've got the way to take them down. Sorcerers, though, there's nothing you can do to protect yourself, so they are by far more dangerous than anything else here. I hate how much damage Build takes. It's really gonna suck up a lot of heal potions with Build that week. Also, speaking of sucking up heal potions, 354 is not enough to survive Nuke, guaranteed. That could get awkward. We might have to do a triple petrification. Play the Germeduses extra safe. I wonder if there's a really good way to set that up. I'll come up with something. We might be soloing Lich here with Ace. We'll get Bill back on Carrie's floor, and then work from there. Yeah, we got time. No worries about encounters quite yet. We get up here. Go pop our loot. We should still be on the same pattern. We might get an extra Frosty battle, which would be unfortunate on the bottom floor. Oh, I should also swap Ribbon back. With Frosty coming up, we have a monster that could do a lot of damage to Dan there. Oh yeah, the gold is funny. What purpose could it possibly serve at this point? Are those say squares? How would I get... I wonder if Phantom's Room is say squares in NES. I know they're not in the remakes, but they took a lot of say squares out. And I guess I've just never looked at it to see where you could walk around without encounters in NES here in this place. Like, I'm positive that it's been at some point in the routing, at least displayed on the screen. But I was just never thinking about it. It's all say squares, okay. Yeah, I was like, I got the purple worm on the same square, so clearly something was up. Hey, Mr. A. So the Final Fantasy Challenge weekend is challenge runs, with tonight being opening up every treasure chest in the game. We're getting all the treasures. We are here in Temple of Fiends Revisited. There is 4 more treasure chests to go. I guess 2 or 3 areas of treasure chests to clean up, and then we'll be all done. That was a rather painful Frosty fight. I think we still got enough heal potions, though. Also, it's a big gamble doing solo Lich. Hopefully that's going to go well. The reason I'm going to go solo Lich is that Bill does not have enough to survive guaranteed on Nuke. So I'm kind of worried about him. What is Ace's tools to work with here? Needs Defense Sword. Defense Sword and Mage Staff is probably my best combo. Unlike normal, we're going to kill off a lot of the Medusas so that Ace does not have a really big whopping load of them left at the end. So we'll heal staff, kill, defense. Just slow him down a little bit in case that everybody else gets glanced right away. Kind of wasting some of my heal staff potential there. Good, Ace not paralyzed right off the bat. There's our first defense. We want to see 1 more of those. Bill's down. Dan's holding out. He's holding the fort, making sure that we don't get paralyzed here. Now Down's out. Gonna slowly chip away at him. We need one more petrification to do this. One more. There he goes. All right. So Ace should not be able to be paralyzed here. It's level dependent, so that's the big thing that you worry about, is maybe you're at a level where one time they can get a critical hit through that also works. But I know at level 18, the only time the critical hit is not the one where it rolls the paralysis. So you're safe for it slipping through your defenses. But more to the 21. It should always be 20. There we go. We got him. Go ahead, leave the ribbon on for Lich so that you have a lower chance of getting paralyzed. It's still really rough. So we're hoping that we do not get paralyzed here. Otherwise, time to do Temple of Fiends again. There's the nuke. 256 would have been good. Cal could have survived that, or Bill could have survived that too. Bill was the one I was worried about. Stop, that's what the ribbon's for. .67 is kind of worrying. Gonna leave Bill petrified for right now. We're gonna try to get Ace some extra levels. I should have gotten Ace and Bill 21. I was trying to be cute with it, and then I realized, now that I'm into this, 21 would have gotten me an extra Cure 2 spell on Ace. Potentially helpful. Is there anything that I would worry about for not having a ribbon? No, I think we're good. So we can put those back on everybody. Opal Helmet will reduce the physical attacks by quite a bit. Ooh, and 4 Agamas. Alright. He's got 3 to 4 fires after this as well. At that point, we probably have enough experience for a full Sallet level for the rest of the way through. Ace about to get 16 Agamas worth of experience right here. It's going to be glorious. Ace 22, alright. Is it worth doing warps here? The warp charges are immensely valuable later on, but it would save a lot of steps that may let me line things up better. Oh, that hurt. That was not a good punch. I think we kind of want to do as long as possible on this floor so that we don't run into a big pack of water mentals on Kraken's floor. So we're not going to work here. Here's the pro ring. Got a long walk ahead of us. Two great rooms, so we can take that. Trying to take the fights that are going to be relatively low DPS. Didn't one-shot him. I was thinking it was almost assured that we would one-shot him. I guess it's not true in the record run either, which has the same type of setup for it. How difficult was it to pick up all the inputs from the game? I mean, when it's watching the video, Final Fantasy doesn't have a lot of variability in terms of where text appears. So at least from that regard, it's pretty consistent for locations of things. Like once you get it working, then it's generally going to be pretty good for the rest of the time. Useless katana. Now we get 2 of those. We have no ninjas. We're gonna dual wield katanas with Dan. Just to be insulting to ninjas everywhere. I want to burn 5 encounters here. Maybe I will warp. 5 encounters is not as long as you think when it comes to how far away those distant chests are. Take a look ahead. Yeah, even that one's not the greatest. I mean, eventually I have to find a spot to go through, so we'll see how it comes out encounter-wise at the end of this. There's my pro cape. Okay, that goes not on Bill. It goes on Dan. So Bill gets the black shirt now. We have 2 treasure chests to go. Warping at this point is not good. Just thinking about it. It's going all the way around Carrie's floor from the start again. Even though it's faster than going from the very end, is not that much of a savings. I would rather have the warp charges as Cure 3s. One treasure chest to go. Okay, Ace needs 6,400 for the level. Our heal potion's not doing good, and we're probably going to have a rougher than average Kraken and T-Map floor, given that the encounters are not going to be as set up as well. Ace will get 5 hits, yeah. With the Mazmune and 1 more level, he gets 5 hits. That's what I'm doing the extra experience for. I'm hoping that helps out if I've got like an Iron Golem fight or something. At least I think it's 1 level. Yeah, it should be 24. Everybody's good. Does the bottom of the room thing not apply? Yeah, it doesn't work here in Temple of Fiends. None of the rules apply anymore. Okay. We could probably double fast on Carrie, but is there anywhere else I might want to use that fast spell? I don't think so. She don't get 700 hit points, so it's going to be a fast fight. Oh, Dan! Dan. We cannot get Fire 3'd or else Dan's got a problem. We're going all in. Of course. There goes a life charge. That is painful. That's one of my Cure 3s down. All because of Dan. Do I even want to revive Dan right now? I think we're gonna wait a little bit. Get through the floor first. I made a mistake. Made mistake. I thought I'd gotten rid of all the Grey Worms. Grey Worms correspond to waters. And this is also going to suck up a bunch of fast charges to get the Ice 2s. Luckily, Dan does have another fast charge for me compared to normal. This is not bad with the black shirt, but it's going to hurt a lot in terms of the amount of health it's draining. No, why does everyone get to go first? So many things would be better if we just had better turn order here. This potion situation is not looking in my favor. Okay, I'd like to do this without getting 3 more battles on this floor. I think we can potentially do it. I'm just going to take every safe square, though. There's one. One more safe battle. And then another water metal fight, which I don't want to see. One, two, three, 4. Alright. We're going to life Dan. I think we want him for this fight. Heal potions remain. You're gonna ruse. You're gonna punch. You guys, I think Invis 2 is what my best plan is. Invis 2 or Fog 2? I'm gonna Invis. My primary concern is Ace, and I don't want to spend more rounds with him rusing. Invis 2 is half strength compared to Fog, or compared to Ruse, so this is now going to be 1 Ruse worth on everybody. And then Ace has got a Ruse up, so he's double Rused. Go ahead and fast Ace and Bill. Is the percent chance to be hit by enemies for your party the same in this version as the remakes? Yes, as far as I know. I don't think they changed that setup for the 50, 25, 12.5, 12.5. Cal's clutching it out there. Ruse is not going to help you now, Cal. I hope we don't have another Lit 2 situation here. We got absolutely boned by Fire 3 on Carry. First action of the round, again. So there goes another one of my 5th tier spell charges. We have not seen the other Wiz battle. There we go. Oh, this is an upcoming really ugly stretch. This is really ugly. I need to burn 5 encounters. The neat thing is, I think we're on the record run. Exact lineup for what its formations would be. I'm pretty sure we've now converged the routes. Sit down here. And since we have warp charges, unlike Record Run, we do save a little bit of time on Tiamat's force, so that should cut off at least 2, if not 3 battles. Last one, and then we can go down. Still a lot of tough fights, but at least we have no sorcerers and no purple worms coming up. Kershak Big Eye here is sorcerer downstairs, so if you ever see that here, then you know that. That's why I'm delaying. We're leaving Cal dead. 4th character slot does not really have a good chance of running. So it's not hurting our run chance, and it's reducing the amount of damage that we take overall. Heal potions. I mean, I do have a bunch of cure 2s, so we should be okay as long as I don't take a ton of damage in the vampire battles. The big streak of difficult vampire fights coming up. Alright, that one's not bad. That one's bad. Ow! Stop it! Three heal potions remain. Probably 2 battles to go. Maybe only 1. No. It'll be really tight. Alright, there's our last chest. We have acquired every treasure chest in the game. I'm going to Mazmune with my fighter. It would actually be a big improvement to have Bill Mazmune, but I'm worried about him dying on Chaos. Do I do it, though? Have the Black Belt Mazmune and Fighter Excalibur here. I think I'm going to do that then. I want to have you swapped armor-wise. It's going to hurt our mages in terms of physical defense a lot. Yeah, we'll do it. We did not buy exit, luckily. No mistakes are possible. Wow, if we get a lot of damage on Tiamat, I don't really have a good good way to heal, but we have some Cure 2s left. That'll be our last little bit. You're gonna fast Ace, you're gonna fast Bill. Cal or Dan with Mazmune wouldn't really work out. I don't have enough buffs for everybody. So that's a big limiting factor. It's just like, we're going to be out of fast spells. So I can't have more than 2 attackers. The thing with Ace is that he does get more benefit out of Mazmune here with the extra levels. But I'm hoping that this is going to pay off. There's Ace 2. Come on, 2-round Tiamat. We do not want the 3-round Tiamat of shame here. Three-round Tiamat of shame. Finally, terminate. Alright. Evil and Nightmare is possible. I don't know if we're going to get him in terms of steps, but we're going to make sure that we heal up just in case. Guess we'll leave everybody else until after getting through this stretch. Looks like we made it. And you know what? I got a special surprise for you. We're going to swap Cal and Dan around. Because of their fast totals, I've only got 1 fast left on Cal, but 2 on Dan. It's going to be better to have Cal here. Unfortunately, I've got the Cure 3s on Cal. But we'll see if this works out. So Cal, you are in charge of the party here tonight. One last chance. Do I do Mazmune Ace and have Bill punch, or do Mazmune Excalibur and have Ace? We'll do it this way. We're gonna go with the Mazmune on the black belt. The more traditional setup for the Mazmune Excalibur arrangement anyway. Fast, fight. Fast, and fight. Maybe worried a little bit about Bill's health. 364 is not a lot of HP to work with. And he punches Ace right off the bat. Alright, well that's a Cure 3 for Cal in this case. 2,000 hit points to get through, about 200 in round 1. But with a punch, that means we did not advance at all towards the spell count, which is great. 450, there's the first spell. Ace is not doing well. See you later, Cal. Unfortunately, we just lost 2 Cure 3s. That is a big blow for us here. I was hoping Cal would stick around a little bit longer than that. We're alternating between marginal and just awful. There's our second spell. We do not want to see slow 2 next. Ooh, there's a good one. 477, that's a great Mazmune hit right there. 82 is not. Probably should have Cure 2'd on Dan instead of Ace. Ooh, that's a good one. Come on, no slow 2. There's the slow 2. So Cure 4 is next. Cure 4 is next here. Everybody's racing it. All out attacks. Terminate it. Every chest. All the chaoses. We got everything. 100% completion for the game.